In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Now I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat. You won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
Shatter Boy goes down. The need goes back to 90 points. 1 minute shot.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
The weekend is upon us, and it is time to kick off day number 4 here for week 3 of the PMSL EMEA. We are going to be looking for our teams to be putting up final day's performances. On some cases, we're going to be looking at teams coming back in off the bench, hopefully able to take on the likes of Virtus Pro. Because right now, this week, Virtus Pro sat right at the top of the pack, and you'd know that already if you've been checking out our socials. So if you haven't, you're in big trouble. Make sure you go and drop a follow on those channels down below, all right? Or I'll be telling. I'll be telling, that's for sure.
Who will you be telling, though? That's the real question.
I'll tell. I'm going to tell.
You're to tell on someone, somewhere, somehow. But yeah, make sure you follow on our social channels over at PUBG Mobile Europe Official, TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. The Infinix GT20 Pro is our official smartphone sponsor here at the PMSL 2024, featuring a dual chipset and AMOLED display. Unrivaled performance at 144 hertz, so make sure you grab your hands on one of those beautiful little phones.
Yeah, let's take a look now on over to our wonderfully prepared overall rankings tables. 207 points at the top for Virtus Pro, 18 matches played, so over that 10-point average that we always yap on about. Can't stop us, it's just what we have to do. And definitely head and shoulders above the rest of the lobby with an 87-point lead over 77 in second place and 6 chicken dinners. They are this week's Team Spirit.
They are, and Team Spirit is not this week's Team Spirit. No. Currently in 6th place, they're 95 points, and it is incredibly close in terms of the points rankings down there, which is kind of nice for a lot of teams, actually, because the jump up between 15 points in terms of those league ranking points to 17, not that difficult to grab. It really is quite the even staircase. This is one you could get down any day of the week, no matter your age, on the old points ranking, dropping down from 95 smoothly over towards 63 points there from Guild in 16th place. Will they stay in 16th place? Time will tell.
Yeah, a bit of a funny floorboard on that one as well, because they've got 18 matches played whilst all around them are on 12, so definitely a disadvantage there. Still ahead, I believe, on averages for Footballers Chaos, though, who are very much on the catch-up train, see if they can elevate themselves beyond the depths of 20th place. But definitely our eyes are going to be focusing on the top of the tables, because we're going to be divvying out our final quota of league ranking points at the end of this week. So we've got today and tomorrow. So Sunday will be the day we divvy out the rest of the league ranking points here. And I believe this is as it would be if it finished today, right?
Yeah.
That seems to be what we've got on the cards here. So Virtus Pro would be 46 points, given that they were able to come first. And this overall rankings, I know it looks a little bit out of order, but it's sorted by the overall points that they've earned. So, i.e., all of the points they've added over 3 weeks, added up. That's how this table is sorted.
Yes.
But yeah, Virtus Pro currently
You got there.
at the top.
Yes, indeed they are. We will have this points table sorted out for you before the final day, i.e. tomorrow, in terms of total league ranking points. So wait for that one. But right now, 77 on this page, currently the highest with 52 points if we have to end it right now. And 77, like I said, very consistent team. Team Spirit with 38 points, 20 points in their week 2, but it's that week 1, which was the big surpriser, only 3 points. Na'Vi, again, another heavy hitting team here with 48 points, with 20 points points in that first week. And it has been a gradual downturn of performance, but again, not too bad. Just relaxing things out a little bit before that final week. But first pro, week 1, mega. Week 2,
Wait.
not so great. Week 3, mega again.
Not sure what's going on there. I'm pretty sure we saw Virtus Pro at the top of the tables as well. So, not ideal either way. They are certainly having a great week this week. Let's take a look at our top 5 fraggers coming on in over the course of, I believe, this week. Or was this yesterday? This could have been just yesterday, actually, as Bishke... Yeah, it was. It is definitely just yesterday's performance. Bishke able to get 16. Koa, though, was that MVP for Virtus Pro with the 14 eliminations, but did so much more damage. It was unbelievable. And, of course, you got to have Walsh in there. Just throw him in.
Yeah, Walsh, I mean, 8 of those eliminations were from 2 games where he was the solo player, getting 4 elims onto an enemy team. It's become kind of a trend now where he 1v4 so often, it's not as impressive anymore, weirdly enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of where's the rest of the team is the question for Heroic. They have, to be fair, definitely got other players on their roster, and I think overall Walsh technically is not their MVP when you add into account all of the rest of their weeks of games. I think he is a little bit behind one of his teammates. I can't remember which one though.
Kevin,
let's take a look at our that rings a bell. I think you might be right. Let's take a look at our schedule for the upcoming day. Of course, we've got 1 Sandhawk, and it will be then 3 Erangels, followed by 2 Miramars.
Yeah, with a TDM in the middle there. Virtus Pro challenging a slightly easier opponent this time around, it would seem. Here are our groups. Virtus Pro not playing today. Now with Twisted Mind, 77 or Falcons. Right now, Group C is the strongest group from this week, with Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, and 77. And Falcons with a surprising performance throughout the days. So this is probably a chance right now for some of the other teams who we know are strong, i.e. IWNRX, Power, Team Spirit, Na'Vi, and Heroic, to potentially bring things back up to speed for week 3, get some more points on board. And like I said earlier, there is a lot of variation that can happen towards the end of this week with how close the points rankings are currently.
I'm also going to be looking at RCB, right? Because they had a great day 1. They took day 2 out, and now they come back for day 3 yesterday, and they really just didn't perform. So I'm hoping that, yeah, it was a bit smelly. It was not ideal, a little bit off. Check the sell by date, but it definitely could be better, can be improved, and I'm hoping that for RCB they will be able to stretch their legs a little bit with Virtus Pro out of this lobby, especially in this hot drop in Painan.
Yeah, I mean, for the hot drop in Painan, not going to exist for them today. Virtus Pro being out, so a very chilled out and cool little Sandhawk. There's monsters on our screen for a second. I'm just joking. It's the Arabic talent there on the other side of things. We're taking over here, and we're going to unleash the beast, the English beast.
Oh. The English beast being?
Because we're a couple of monsters as well.
There are actually English beasts. That's the thing of the crown. I think there's a few. I think the most prominent are the lion and the unicorn. That's certainly on our coat of arms. But there you go.
Yeah. What about a dragon?
That's Welsh.
It's like an honorary.
Yeah, that kind of counts, right?
Yeah.
That kind of counts. I think there's a jaguar in there, something like that. Either way, IWNRX, yeah, a jaguar. IWNRX currently top eliminations over on Sandhawk on average, putting up 5.73. The placement game though going to Na'Vi 3.9.
Yeah, pretty big for Na'Vi. Get themselves a win yesterday, I believe it was. Which was very, very good for them. S2G, surprisingly, on here. I think from Paris Resort, you usually do have a pretty good chance in these games on Sandhawk. But look at this. Players on our screen, which means games soon, potentially, to be.
Everyone's put their headphones on. They're getting their hand warmers shaking. The refs are checking. Ooh. It's like, that needs to be over there. Can't have that. That's a different top deck. Organising, get the shuffle on. He's sorted. Look at him. Perfect.
Stop it.
Organised.
Immediately. Cease. Here's RCB. Silas. chatting, staring him down. He refuses to look Silas in the eyes.
Reassurance for IWNRX across the ranks there, and hopefully they'll be able to get a little bit done this week. That's what I want. That's what I want from them. They're doing pretty well so far. Hang on a minute. Whoa. Can't be doing that.
Attacking each other.
That's just violence.
It's not right.
Save it for the game. Ah, there he is. Smiley Axa.
Oh, boy.
Yes. You love to see it. I'm liking that the phones are in hands now, though. Little stretch out, flex out on the fingers for Na'Vi. What have you seen?
Very interesting.
What's he got there?
What's he got?
Was that a thumb sleeve? I think that might have been a thumb sleeve.
Was it in the pocket?
Oh.
Question mark. But yeah, a little bit of a problem.
Oh no,
that's a rehost situation right there. Oh no, maybe not.
It's like my phone's not charging. It's like, have you tried plugging it out and plugging it in again? Oh yeah, that fixed it. Well, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Oh yeah, thanks, mate.
Pretty nice of you.
Our referees, always on hand, always equipped to deal with the situation. That's what they're there for.
We've got spectators as well, just having a roam around.
Oh yeah. Who wouldn't?
Who wouldn't?
It's like it is interesting.
Super focused right now.
Yeah, it's interesting what you mentioned earlier that the top of the lobby currently is not playing. Right, you got spots 1, 2, and 3 all sitting out. So IWNRX currently in 4th place with 99 points, going to be sat atop the pack. So a chance to maybe challenge to go on in. And of course, this is their last day of games. It's IWNRX, Power Esports, Team Spirit, and Guild Esports to go in for the last time today, this week. And it will be pushing up towards that 24th match that they will add to the cards and see how high they can go. We'll start to see where those points are going to land as well.
Big little fist bump. Again, for S2G, decent performance on Sandhawk so far, but Paris Resort really does give you that chance overall, which is nice. Here's the old Enigma Galaxy. This team has a lot of fun, honestly. Redux is probably my favorite character in terms of personality on stage at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's oh, seems like they might be causing problems, though. I didn't like that look. I didn't like the look up, the referee coming over. That's always a worry. Seems like there may be an issue.
Okay, so we don't really have estimated time for you guys when the game will start, but potentially sometime in the future. That I can tell you. Unbelievable calls coming from me. I know.
Yeah.
I do my best. I really do try and give you the best updates.
The estimation is going to start now, and it could be at any point within the next 4 to 5 years that we start, I believe.
Yeah. So see you then.
I can't confirm that, though, 100%. I'm not 100% sure. I've been here for 63 years. What
year is it?
Great Scott! Somebody tell me what year it is. Oh, dear. Somebody tell me some stats about Twisted Minds and... I'm going to stop that now. RCB.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was.
For this week.
Yeah, that was
it was
crazy.
Great Scott. It was Great Scott. It was Doc Brown from Back to the Future.
I was doing Jumanji.
Oh, with Robin Williams. Oh,
yeah. Well, I don't know where you were going. I was like, this guy.
I was going Great Scott Doc Brown from Back to the Future.
This guy's gone crazy.
He is pretty crazy.
Yeah, you embodied it.
He invented the flux capacitor. You don't know.
Come on, Naomi, get into the game. Wearing a t-shirt, are we?
Yeah,
not wearing a hoodie like everyone else.
Need to be different, do you? Well,
NVM.
What? Oh, that's a nice sentence I've just heard in my ears. I've just heard game starting. Blank, I hear the music. Is it happening? It begins
Knife.
in 3 seconds. There's a knife. Ooh, watch out.
A knife.
That's a backstab.
A literal backstabber, yeah. Nice one. I give you that.
It was good. And we're in.
Why is my mic consistently falling off?
I don't know. I feel like you need to let someone round to have a look at it. Because it's been troublesome for you.
I
It's been a
just
problem.
need to rag it on a little bit harder. I'll be 2 seconds.
All right, that's okay. I'll cover the plane path again on Sanhok. Just going to be super chill. Fortunately for the teams in Hainan, well, for Virtus Pro and this time around RCB, they do not have their opponents to hot drop against, so could potentially be some interesting dynamics if a team flexes out and tries to catch them on a split. 77 not playing, which means that Power will not have that hot drop in Hartin. So interesting opening of doors being seen across these hot drops. Black, Esports, and Vibes, though, could very much still clash. And I'm wondering if Silas is going to meet Matic out in the open, but it looks like Matic's grabbed a vehicle. They're going to fold back in. I think the Galaxy close to Black Esports potentially, and Vibes are looking to drop short. Northeast side, however, that could get a little bit spicy. Footballers Chaos, Trovo 2030, they are kind of intertwined right now and grabbing some terrain that splits apart from one another. Blank thinks he's fixed his microphone arm. I'm hoping that's the case.
Yeah, just need some good talk on it.
Ah.
Yeah.
What did you say to it?
West Island. Wow.
Did you catch my joke? It was pretty good.
It needed some talk on it.
It needed some talk, so I said, well, what did you say to it?
No, on it.
No. Talk.
Yeah, like twisting.
No. But that was the funny joke, you see. Because I said talk and meant like words, like saying things. Like talking.
Oh, of course.
Yes. There you go.
Yes.
And now you can find that also mildly humorous.
Yeah, I twisted it.
Well, we've twisted the circle over towards the Northwest Island.
Which is sad for Twisted Minds because they're not in the game. They do not have access to the Northwest Island because they're back at the hotels.
I don't know if they're staying. They might be in a hotel. Maybe they got a
Where else would they
rental
be?
apartment. Bolt. Where else is he going to be? But in the fight with Scarface. Steps out and gets the spray down and the flush quickly. That's really bad news for Fireflux, but Heroic starting off strong. They've got the backup coming through. And there's already damage sent to the back line. Solus needs to heal. His only first aid kit. He's down a teammate.
Ooh, you Vault, you. You've caused me some problems. About to crack him open like a real life vault. Fireflux. Got Solus. Pulling out the old pin on the nade. That one's on himself.
Oh.
It was a distraction play.
Yes. Well, there's the knife for you. Have that. Vault is down. Discharged from service right now. Heroic playing on us 3 as well. I thought Heroic were close enough to get some backup onto this. I mean, you can see, yeah, Jafar's right there. So the fact that they lose a player like that, 2-and-off angle on the high ground, not ideal. Really not ideal, especially given you've got a very long rotate ahead of you.
Yeah. Look at the overalls, though. Look at that. Idabin Rex currently in 4th place. Technically, Team Spirit in 3rd place in this lobby.
I guess that's technically true.
They're doing so good, John. Such a good performance from Team Spirit this week.
I think you are right. Why are you getting mean with them? Why are you getting sarky? It's their last day of games today.
I don't know. I want to see a bit more of them.
I mean, week 2 really elevated our expectations.
There's been trolling.
They did do some very silly things. But that's not silly.
It feels. Look how low they both are.
But they're not down.
Yeah, true, I guess.
Therefore, not silly. Actually, getting rid of a player on Zeus here. The last time we saw a Northwest Island circle, I think it was Twisted Minds, not Zeus, who were able to just hold the high ground for ages and nobody really did anything about it. So the fact that Twisted Minds are now doing something about it is an adjustment, and I like it. It's a good one.
It is indeed. Team Spirit, though, I guess like you think to yourself, look, Twisted Mind's not in the game. We take Northwest Island. They absolutely ruined us last time. Good shots over towards Maniac. Likely to be stolen by RCB. Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Very.
Has Nomi broken 100 elims yet?
No. He hasn't.
No, he had all of yesterday to get, what was it, like 7?
Yeah.
And he wasn't able to quite meet that metric. No, we still only have 2 players above the 100 elimination mark, being Zadira from 77, not playing today, and Lemon from Na'Vi is playing today. Nomi is on 94, and the next highest competitor is Shifu, who is also not playing today, and Bishke, who's also not playing today. That's 87 and 85, so he's definitely the next player to look to cross.
Yeah, no, he's got like this, he's got his ups and downs. It's like a sound wave. Goes up, bombs really well. Nah, he takes a big dip. Sadly.
Interesting thing about sound waves is that they are what's called transverse waves, which means that they oscillate in the direction of travel.
That's interesting.
Yeah, there you go. It's the receiver that goes in and out, right? That creates that sine wave that you're so used to seeing when you look at a spectrogram. I think that's the wrong word. I think that's definitely the wrong word. Oscilloscope, maybe?
Audiogram.
Something like that.
That feel I made that up. It might not be made up though.
There you go. It also could be transverse as the other one. But either way, the definition I gave was correct. The word might not be.
We're just confusing everyone now.
Absolutely.
I see.
It's just a
I
befuddlement.
too shall join in.
Yes, have you heard of this this beast who may or may not be an English beast? It's a dragon.
The Fuddle Lump.
Ah, yes. The Heffalump. The actor. Cannot quite do the dirty, and Football Chaos will remain stone cold last right now, as the circle is shutting upon them. And upon everyone else. S2G from Paradise Resort. They're trying to find Trovo 2030, but not super successful just yet. Marcelo will go down, and it's Calci with the auto shotty. Suppressed, sounded clean. And it's only second zone. He'll get him through. Nicely.
Oh, Nomi's down.
Uh-oh.
Needs to get back up again. But he's getting tagged, so these would leave he's out in the open. I think there should be some backup. Depends if he fell down too much. Trovo 2030. Razzing into boot camp. Why?
Good loot. Team Spirit's leftovers.
I guess so.
Also,
Surely-
it's not
surely it
unlikely
would
that
be
they go for a
clear,
swim
though.
crossing. I mean, it's not unlikely they go for a swim crossing. Oh.
That was silly.
Yeah, that was an earlier knock, and that's Aaron, who is still currently down. But they can't really go back out and get towards it. I think Trovo, I mean, you go into boot camp and you expect to see them jumping off the cliffs, going across the water to get to that northwest island. And I think that may be the wisest. I mean, you could compete for the trifecta compound, but much more likely that you come up
There's-
against competition.
The shallows over towards the north side. You can drive through. I don't confused. We'll see. We'll see what they do. I think that you've made an astute observation. However, I think there's a better way.
Yeah, it could be.
And I think that if you're heading over towards that northwest island, you sort of need vehicles, especially to rotate around the valley. Because you need to swing wide on this circle. You got the northwest mountaintop being the biggest problem for a lot of teams.
Nades over towards Sard. I feel like he can't last too much longer, surely. But Alhaji's found pre-pod. It's going to draw their attention at least a little bit. Sard dodging the nades and moving in with the DBS, finds Furia. And now he's got one more to play against. Fortunately, there's a nice connection from Breezer on the DBS, stepping out wide and finally gets that knock. But pre-pod is already down. Furia getting flushed. Maybe there's shots coming through from across the way. Alhaji is still up and in action for power.
We know. The heavy hand of Alhaji can slam down hard. Na'Vi default going down to GG not GG from Guild. A cheeky little off angle down towards the southwest side, which is fair enough. I also would not expect a team to play there.
Yeah, I think Guild.
Why, Guild? Why?
I think Guild may have moved from Tambang. Did they go around on a boat or did they swim?
They did.
I'm not entirely sure.
But
yeah.
Again, it's not often you send towards this location. Guild have this tendency to be like, to play so far out of the way. It's like they don't want to be involved in the game.
Well, maybe they don't. You know.
I think he's got a knock on Elam, so fair play to him. But again, if I'm Na'Vi, I'm like, why is there people on the western side of the paddy field? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Doesn't matter. Still lose a player to it. Black Esports are now ahead of Trovo 2030. What's interesting is that Trovo 2030 didn't opt to go across the river. They did go south, despite sort of isolating that crossing. Kelsey. Oh, easy. Easy over to Neos. Not a problem there. 2 players uphill. Can't do anything about it. Kelsey gets away with murder.
Yeah, good stuff. And the calcifier. Over on that northeast side. Circle shifts over towards the northeast. Time for that heavy sweep over towards Camp Alpha for a few teams, I imagine. There's only Rita in there. I think for the Team Spirit is actually a good opportunity just to fling themselves off the top side and head towards Camp Alpha.
It's interesting, right? Because at the moment they're investing in staying on that hilltop, on the top of the mountain. The value you get there is that you can control the teams rotating in, but if you're not taking shots out, if you're not actually actively controlling those locations, getting into the center of the circle, like you said, towards Camp Alpha could be good, but it's IWNRX to beat them to the punch. They managed to get in on the north side of Camp Alpha. And Effect gets spotted by Brute Force on the roll-up on the south. He's very isolated, unlikely to get back up here. Team Spirit potentially losing their south prong.
Which is very bad news. Very, very bad news, in fact. I think Effect right now only safe because Brute Force is trying not to expose themselves to too many angles. In comes Nomi and Kitsune. So his backup. Brute Force currently just on the 2 players. So 2v2 as Matic continues to look out towards the north, making sure there aren't players sneaking in behind them. Brute Force sends wide. Okay.
Yeah, Brute Force just managed to get straight in the middle. Rita, who's a solo in Camp Alpha, took a player down on IWNRX and actually gave him a little bit of a leathering on a 3rd player as well. So we'll need to heal that up. Playing as 3 on Camp Alpha should still be fairly strong here for IWNRX, but they got Power, or rather Al-Haji, the only player left remaining to join them on the north side, the way that they came in. Heroic have a player lost, and that is Walsh, which is pretty devastating as a loss for Heroic. They do get up to the roadside compounds, however, so could potentially be safe for a lot longer.
Yeah, Heroic actually not in too bad of a spot. Just the fact they only have 2 players. It's going to be a case of teams just slowly fighting over for that position on the map. Heroic moving a little bit further in might be a good idea.
Vibes really suffering. Snowick's kind of trapped behind as well. Maybe giving up his life here to keep Vibes held on in. Opens the door for the Molotov, steps out with a DBS and burns the opponents away instead. Goes for 1 for the flush, 2 as well. Looks for Mazzara over the hill, but he's already low. There's a first aid there for Snowix, gets inside and immediately starts healing. Will need to do so. Zone's going to crash and he should be able to get away with this. A really nice set of plays from Snowix to break out of that, out of the shack.
Very much call an ambulance, but not for me. Stoics relieves himself from a case of 3rd-degree burns inside the shack on that Molotov. That's the 1v3, effective so far. Now looking for the 4th.
I mean,
like, damn.
He still has teammates on the northwest side, right? He's still got Ralph. He's still got Narvalo, I believe.
Ooh, so he finds this.
Yeah, he could just get out of here. Mazzara, there's no way that he can actually get for this peak. Snowix should be able to get across the bridge fairly safely. Guild may take shots, but he should Should be okay. Brute force with 2 players against RCB. A nade in from across the road. This is heroic. Their duo is still alive. And RCB have a real dangerous situation on their hands now. There's nades from Kevin. Molotov as well. They're looking to burn this one away. Keep RCB back. And Jafar wants to keep this pressure on as well. They'll just keep it, light it up. Okay. Steps in. It's Firestarter. And Jafar bursts the nade in the middle. Pops in through the window. He's not content with the ordnance. He wants to go gun to gun. Jafar will go down, but Kevin's there to back it up and will get the res. RCB torn apart by 2 duos.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That was probably the funniest play I've ever seen from Kevin. You throw the Molotov in, and then he just wanders through the smoke, and they'd all pulled pins on the grenades. He just throws a Molotov right at their feet. How is that allowed to happen? This is this incredible 1 into 2, and then I believe there was a 3rd as well to come through just shortly after that. But quick reactions coming through from Mr. Snowix.
Yeah, I love that burn from Kevin. Like pushing them into the corner, and then you know they're all going to have to be there. Team Spirit, they did manage to get all 4 of their players up and alive, and now they have the cliff top. The down shots out to the west edge of this. It means that all of these compounds start to get locked in until Team Spirit have to descend this mountaintop. They're starting to rack up points for it as well, which is good to see. You do need to be a little bit aggressive with these peaks sometimes. IWNRX up in Camp Alpha. 3 players alive still. But right on the edge of the circle, likely going to have to leave.
Yeah, for Team Spirit, it's basically a case of trying to clear out as many players as possible from this southwest side. For rotating down. Enigma Galaxy still have 1 player in Ralph, but yeah, good rotate. Good clean rotate from them. Ralph tries to move forward. He's immediately peppered by the squad from Team Spirit. They will find him. And now Na'Vi have the same circle and the same compound they had from the other day.
Well, there you go. Should be clean then. I am worried right now about Mazzaro from Vibes. Nomi is unlikely to be aware that there's a player here, and it's very likely that Mazzaro knows that he's there. And I feel like it's a knock and a flush from Mazzaro in about 5 seconds. What do you reckon? Maybe a little bit more? 10?
Maybe. It's stage 5 though, so I think it hurts. It does hurt to be in this blue. I don't know how many more meds he's got available for himself. Nomi's still looking behind him. I think Mazzaro did try and take shots. Play zone will remove him. Guild taking shots from that western side. Matic taking a heavy beating and should be taken down. Just Matic now dropping smoke, so Team Spirit on 3.
Wow, okay. Losing effect there. Kind of unnecessary, almost entirely. Mazzaro did go down. Nomi now rolling around the side to try and get back in, regrouping. And it wasn't Nomi to go down in the end. I think he did take the fight. I'm not too sure what alerted him, but he did start to look out to the southeast side. Potential for footsteps to have given that one away, but Team Spirit up to the road. Matic caught on the cross here, and Guild are doing a lot of work to suppress this angle.
Well, they are. Black Esports even finding players there from IWNRX. Over towards the north side. Shots fly through from Kevin. That's a lovely double. And only Kitsune, once again, hold things down. You know, Kitsune's actually had quite a few pop-off moments. I like it.
Yeah, he's definitely done a lot better. Guild is the major threat here. This is complete broadside. He has to stick this res. I think, yeah, they've given up on Nomi. He is down. Matic needs to move fast. The blue zone is there. Kitsune needs to light up towards Heroic, but they're not really going to find the shots. Up to the tree. Has got a first aid, but Guild are still such a major worry here. Kitsune, as soon as they peek that crest, he is down. He is done for. Loses Matic as well. A nade into the tree, and that is Guild to shut him out of this game.
Down.
He will be at the end of it. Nothing more. Team Spirit have 4 players on the high ground. They just get pushed aside.
Yeah, they squeeze him out when he's gone. Guild over towards the little bit of high ground that is in play. Look over towards an RV. The circle moves back up towards that northeast side. And Heroic have a very good game as just the 2 of them. S2G, IWNRX, who felt like their game was settled, but Black Esports, just their 2 players, are able to push them back. It's not been a high elim game for anyone. It's been very rough to deal with. But Guild actually have a strong spot to work with here. Again, this is their last 6 matches of the week. And they needed a high placing. finals.
Yeah, they are in desperate need of league ranking points. They want to make it through. Swain has really had a tough time, as has IWNRX, of getting out of Camp Alpha, and it will draw to a close. 6th place claimed for them. And at the moment, it's S2G on the high ground. It's Guild on the south side, trying to push on through. Can Na'Vi take it all away from them?
Yeah, Na'Vi's struggling. They could get forward. There is compounds in. A little bit of high ground for Black Esports. Play around with. Same could be said for S2G, but cracking shot from Lemon.
He's done a lot of work there. Getting rid of Marso with the zone pushing in. Sure, it is still a position in this next circle, but you're going to draw another S2G player and allow your movements to be a little bit cleaner here. Guild summiting, and it's over to S2G with the circle. This is a big advantage for them now. They had that high ground before, and it's just become all the more dominant.
Yeah, for S2G, this should be a winner of a match. It's a very good spot, but they are taking shots from a lot of different teams. Now, Guild has to move off this high ground. Likely is the death for them.
Not starting to move, though. Black do go down. Heroic with 2. They're low HP. Guild have all 4 players alive. S2G are chiming in towards Na'Vi. Guild making this roll forward. It's going pretty well here. Kevin not going to be able to find anything now. Heroic fall. Na'Vi getting shut out in the sidelines in the meantime. We're down to 2 teams alive, Blank, and it's Guild who have taken a knock. S2G looking a lot more healthy, though. 10 eliminations, and I think you're right here. Guild's just going to really struggle to get up towards anywhere near where S2G's playing.
Good nades over the top, causing a lot of problems for them. JK runs out into the blue. And it's just 0 to head on front. Again, this game was a case of the circle had no idea who to favor. And realistically, it was like try and set yourself in a good spot and hope the circle comes over to you. But overall, good control from S2G. Need to maintain all 4 of their players and moving from Paris as well. Actually, some good rotates to get to that point. But yeah, in the end, the circle chooses them as the victors on the game.
Yeah, it certainly does. But Guild also getting pretty late into that game. We always talk about this team as a squad that sort of stays out of it, and that kind of was exemplified there. They did very, very well to be able to get into 2nd place. And from the hilltop they were able to claim actually a fairly decent scoreline. So I'm pretty happy for Guild on that front. They were able to do a little bit more. As we take a look at a couple of the highlights from that last match.
Looks, yeah.
A couple of looks.
Let's take a couple
There's
of
one.
looks. That's
There's a
one
second look.
That's a good look.
Blue Steel? That's
Blue
a good
Steel,
look.
potentially. Yeah, honestly, for Team Spirit, they've made a good rotation over towards the Northwest Island and set themselves up for success from the mountaintop. Again, if you can pick up that position, you may as well. Right? Because if the circle does move over towards you on that mountaintop, then it's not a guaranteed win, but you have a super high chance at it.
And then we just saw a look at the Molotovs from Kevin, who just burnt out RCB on their crash into the compound. Nice stuff. Really enjoyed watching that one. Playing around, toying with his food, and then in the end, just hop in through the window. I've had enough of these Molotovs. I'm going barrel to barrel. And it did work out, but didn't work out as well for anyone other than S2G, as they got 11 eliminations from their position around the west side of Camp Alpha. Really good stuff for them to be able to use that high ground, grab a decent score on eliminations as well, and they'll be getting on nice and healthily on the tables.
Yeah, they will. I think for S2G, they needed more points anyway. So it's a good game to get it done. I think for Guild, yeah, they really need to place very highly. It's unlikely, though, that they'll be able to get into the finals with their league ranking points alone. Guild Esports, 14 points, but S2G taking 21. And again, as we said, there's a lot of variance that can happen over towards the top side of the table. So for S2G, this should set them apart from almost anyone else inside the lobby.
That's what they're looking for. Try and maintain that. Team Spirit were on that first page. It felt like they had a really strong spot for a while, but a few shifts off the top of the mountain left them looking a little bit slow and sluggish on their rotates down from that high ground. Could have been done a lot cleaner, but not going to happen. Most eliminations is Kelsey on 4 and highest damage as well on 824 for S2G. Jafar, he's got those nades though. He's got those nades in hand. And what I will say is that this match, we definitely saw that Heroic is not just Walsh. Even though they didn't get super super bombastic, we saw Kevin and Jafar doing a lot of work for that roster and staying alive for a lot longer than maybe you would have expected, given that they were cut down to 2 fairly early into that match play.
Yeah, they've had like kind of a few good games. I think Jafar's actually a player that does impress me fairly frequently, but it is a case of Walsh doing a lot of the heavy lifting as of recent. That doesn't mean he's always doing the heavy lifting.
As we take a look at the damage numbers here, S2G very much on top there. Guild definitely having their say. Team Spirit, you expect this sort of performance from a team on the high ground on that Northwest Island. You expect them to be taking shots, doing a lot of damage to the lobby, even if they don't get super late into the game. So a fairly expected presence there. Heroic as well, keeping themselves nice and safe and forcing teams out of their compound.
Yeah, again, very well done. I enjoy Sandhoy like that. I don't enjoy the end game though, because it was just so random with the circle hard shifting all over the place, which doesn't happen too often. In the meantime, we're going to hard shift over towards break, and we'll be back with a rotation very soon.
%88 of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
S2G get the shift and they get the chicken dinner on the Sandhawk that we have for you today. The last that Team Spirit will see, and a few of our other teams as well, moving into the later stages now of week 3. We're going to be hopping on over to Erangel. That's right, the grassy pastures await for 3 times in a row. It's going to be brilliant. Let's take a look at some stats from 2 players over that last match, Blank. We've been told that we needed to see them. And I suppose they just really didn't do too much, but I wonder where all of that damage from Prepod went.
I know. I can only imagine. 197 damage received, 197 damage done. Interesting.
Only 191 damage received, though, for Prepod. I wonder where that came from. We'll get our sleuths on it. That's what I've got to know.
We will. Looking over towards our next game, though. Our players getting on board at the moment. Kisses from Al-Haji. Thank you, brother. We appreciate you. Excellent. Good old Power doing some good stuff in their games at the moment, honestly. Very happy to see it.
Erangel, top 5 teams here. Heroic, still highest eliminations and highest average survival time, which is interesting given that Team Spirit still has the highest average placement points sat over them right now. The difference in survival time average is fairly minimal. I mean, the 20 minutes, 10 seconds for Heroic is definitely ahead by, what is that, about 20 seconds from everybody else, a little bit more for some than others. But the fact that they, on average, have 2.6 placement points. Not ideal, but still, definitely not a team you want to face. Higher limbs.
Absolutely. Scary stuff. And the game is getting underway. Wow! This is incredible. Straight into the match. No messing around.
None whatsoever. We're heading straight on in. It is, as you said, beautiful to see. You love matches that start when they're supposed to. I'm certainly raring ready for it, as 4 of our teams once more will take to Erangel for their final triple billing. IWNRX, Team Spirit, Power Esports, and Guild. All of them looking to put up their final points for the day and evidently for the week, because this is their last day of games. Guild have managed to get up into 12th place blank on 77 points and within striking distance of getting quite a bit higher.
Yeah, definitely. For a couple of teams on this leaderboard. For S2G, 96 points. They didn't really take the leaderboard by storm. I thought they would do a little bit more there, but they do not. On the other side of things, though, we have Brute Force heading over towards Severny. Wow, they'd have to fight Falcons. This is the best. What a nice alternative drop spots for our teams here.
Hey, look at that. A 1-2-3 for most eliminations. Bishke, Koa, and Icy. Damage. Not quite the clean sweep that they'd want it to be, because Zadira is there to play. Even though they are going to deny him the first to 100 eliminations accolade, they can't stop him from showing up on the damage meters.
No, they cannot. Absolutely cannot. Zeus over towards Kameshki. That's an interesting drop spot. I wonder if anyone will take Primos. It would make sense to do it.
Guild, what are they doing? Okay.
I don't know what they're doing.
They're dropping with Na'Vi. I mean, okay, no, just a split short drop on the compounds out to the north and to the west side. Yusuf is getting a bit fresh with it on his drop as well. Look at where the rest of Trovo 2030 are. They're all the way up towards Footballers Chaos over on that north side, but Yusuf just going to drop on a vehicle, try and head out to the east bridge, because it is a hard east shift circle.
Very hard on the eastern shift. I think this is the first time we've seen a shift like this come through in a while now. Heroic and Lipovka get very lucky on that drop, considering usually they're down towards over Repnoia, which they could have got to, honestly. But I think they'd just rather sit this one over towards Lipovka.
Heroic losing Volt early on. Not good news. Bad time, all things considered. Enigma Galaxy, they're going to hop into Pachinki, play from the middle.
Wow. Did you hear that?
The fade out. Yeah, it was
The
clean.
fade out on the drop. We've not seen that before. That's a.
I was buckled in for another verse. I was like, oh, it's not going to stop. But I know what's going on there.
That's pretty cool though. I like it.
Yeah, I liked it. We should do that more often.
We should. We absolutely
I
should.
think, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, if only I had game audio. That would be
I don't
perfect
need
transition.
game audio.
Okay, that's fair.
It's not necessary.
You just imagine the sounds.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing Foley artistry right now? Because I don't think it's coming through on Discord.
Oh, there it is. Wow, it's back.
Oh,
I think we did pretty good.
yeah. I think we could. We've got a future in this.
We'll workshop it.
Foley casting.
See what goes on.
I reckon we can make something of that. Oh,
I'm gonna see if I have to match it. So if it happens again, I can get it right.
yeah. Yeah, go
There
on.
we go. That's pretty good. That'll do. Vim Vim. No. I don't think it's a V.
You don't think it's a V?
No, like a.
You think it's a ray? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
More
like
of a growl than a...
Yeah, it's like a growl. It's less of a letter.
Or that horrible skin that does like the weird accordion noise. And it's like... And I'm like, having a bad time.
The electric car.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Sounds awful. I hate the sound. Looks pretty
Yeah.
cool though, so like, you know.
Yeah, that is the plus side.
Wow. Big old leap for AXA. Getting airtime against Marzello on the spray down. Into the fight. As they cross the bridge, Na'Vi across safely. Unfortunately, the crash didn't go so well for them. Default down. A lot of damage to AXA. Flip, nade in hand. Sees Salem across the way. Stepping up to the wall. A lot of damage bounces it in off the back wall and will connect with that nade. A 1-2 punch between the two teammates, and Default should be a little bit easier to res. However, AXA gets spotted, and Marcelo is just trekking across the sidelines of this fight, getting sideswipe after sideswipe. It's working out for them. Unfortunately, both teams are going to be losing players here.
You know, Yusuf can over towards Na'Vi. Has sightlines over towards Lemon, but is waiting to strike. Taking time on this one, which is fair enough. Very much fair enough.
Two shotguns, both alike in dignity. Fair Milton. Orile Yasin. Oh dear. Star-crossed lovers, you know. It's never going to end well for either of them. Both down. Fortunately, Lemon was there to pick up the pieces. Sensible young chap he is. Gets the res. Marcelo looks for the challenge, but he's going to break out wide. I wonder if they realize there's two players in here to worry about. Because the heals come through now, and he can step up on the off angle. Marcelo not ready for it. And Ragnarok now getting rampaged down and flipped there for Lemon and the 1-2 punch.
Very lovely stuff. Troll 2030 again taken out, but only Flip and Lemon remaining. Which is a little bit sad here. Five looks over towards Mansion. Oh, it's refusing to go in the garage. Catch bounces him off the front.
There we go.
Took a while.
To India. Had to hop in the US just to check things out. Make sure it was, you know, the interiors were clean. No one been eating crisps in the back seat. Getting the crumbs all in the leatherwork. Bad time.
You know, Guild heading on out now. Looking towards their future. Not a bad game last game actually on Sandhawk. Yeah, I think this is one of the few circles that we've not played before in this tournament. But a lot of teams crunching in. Brute force on that northern side. Honestly, Brute Force's position on the south side of Kameshki, I really like that spot. I think it's very good for sweeping. You do have to be a more aggressive team, and that is certainly what Brute Force is. In the meantime, it's Enigma Galaxy up against RCB.
A full crash from both sides now needed to come on through. A flush comes in. Enigma Galaxy pick up the guaranteed point. Wild is low and Silas is down. Also, it's just Redox on the inside. Ralph is making hasty for this compound as well. Will be able to save his teammate for just a moment longer as Loxy has the challenge. The crash in, and Ralph keeps things together for just enough time for Snowix to roll straight on in to the sightlines of Loxy. A sliver of HP and 2 players alive. A third party brewing though. Potential to get hairy. Jafar put down. Team Spirit lose effect. In the meantime, that is right in the center of this circle, and there's 2 reses possible now for Team Spirit.
I DC'd from Discord for a second.
Oh, you're back in?
But
I hope you're back in.
But I'm back now. I didn't DC from the show.
Oh, well.
I remained.
Whatever I said, it was amazing. It was the best thing you've ever heard.
That's good. I was a bit confused, but Team Spirit able to get 3 eliminations and a really central spot as well. Very strong spot. That's 3 players. I think they can make that work. Absolutely, I think they can make that work, actually.
Absolutely possible. For Team Spirit getting 3 eliminations. Hey, look at that. They're 4th place on the tables right now. But it's their last day of games. So it is for IWNRX and for Power. So I mean, S2G, whilst they're in 7th right now, I mean, it's looking pretty good for them in terms of what they're going to be able to do this week overall. RCB as well, waiting in the wings to try and jump back to their day 1 performance.
Yeah, which they really do want. Look at all our squads here, though. Shots coming out down the hill from IWNRX towards some of our teams. Again, another hard shift over towards that eastern side. Pretty nasty. Pretty nasty. Na'Vi's just heading down towards Milton Power. I think a lot of teams are assuming this is going to lock up over towards the plateau that sits on that ridge. The western side of Lipovka. Very unfortunate for Heroic on this game, though, John.
Yeah, I mean, this should be something that they do a little bit better in. It's not ideal around their ends to be going down like this. As we take a look at the little replay here, this was Loxy holding down the roll-up of 2. I thought that was going to go Enigma Galaxy's way. 99 times out of 100 it probably does, but Loxy's able to pull off a miracle there. Taking down Snowix on the hop out I think was the biggest thing that changed up. And Snowix was quite slow in going for the regroup, I think it's safe to say. There was a lot of time that he could have spent getting over there that didn't seem to be utilized that way.
Yeah, unfortunately. I think there was an opportunity for him, but sadly not to be in this game. I think IWNRX has got a good spot though. I do like this position around Prism. It's slightly more exposed than other areas, but it gives you a huge amount of information gain on this side of the map. Especially around this circle. Very important early on.
Waiting for this next circle to shift in. That's going to be a big decider here. Keeps Prison on the south side of it. Moves up towards S2G blank. So maybe they could be on for the repeat performance. See if they can get the shift go their way again. They have got all 4 of their players, and I think that's correct from Kelsey. You can see immediately he moves back towards the rest of the team. They want to consolidate their strength and keep that hold together in a very powerful position for themselves. IWNRX actually making a very fast crash down to a much more central position, and they'll play right in the middle of this one.
Yeah, weirdly enough. And I mean, reasonable considering the circle. Head towards a stronger position to set themselves nicely up for that endgame.
3-way engagement up the hill here on the Heaven compound.
Okay.
You got Guild, you got Brute Force.
Nice.
Good for Freezer. Opening up and not taking too much damage there. And a second on the spin. 180. Will he find another? Tries to shut it down and 3 people step in. Nobody's going to leave. Finally, Zero makes his way through, but his damage is done. And that is brilliant news. Unfortunately, Power are waiting in the wings. They'll take Freezer out of the floor. Neos gets stepped out on and will be Furia now up to the task. Power just rampage straight through this. This is the 3-way engagement. I think, is this S2G trying to put their nose into it as well? They've moved Calci out this way. If Power take a knock here, could be an opportunity to pick this one back up. Neos super, super low. Furia trying to put the nades in. Doing damage. Calci's here. Nade towards Furia. Hamzy wants to weigh in too, because Power on 3, they can cut that down. Take one more player out, and there's no wind in their sails.
Come on. Why don't you just pull a Freezer? 1v4. Easy peasy. Nades over the top side. That's a lovely nade from Calci. Take down Sard here. Nade dribbles down the stairs, but not quite far enough.
Up through the window, not connecting onto Al-Haji. They really want to find at least one Alim here, but Fireflux could also third-party this. They're on the south side. They know that this is popping off. This is their opportunity to move, and either they go for this or they go towards the backstop of S2G. One of the two needs to be the choice that Fireflux make, but if they stagnate, they die here. It's a really big opportunity, and they can't squander it.
Al-Haji. Waiting in the wings. Strong position over towards this northwest side for the time being, but a lot of teams have to leave. Pre-pod lucky to be alive here. RCB playing out towards that ridge side that still looks down towards Black Esports. I think this is likely going to move out from the pubgm, no matter what happens. It does cut Prison in, so pretty awkward circle, I would say, John. You know, with Prison being such a big amount of space that it's just kind of unplayable. We are removing a roundabout third of the circle.
Ooh, Power stepping up to pre-pod, last to stand for brute force. One makes the crossing. Al-Haji's there, but it's not going to be needed. Easy gets that shot down. S2G regrouped out to the east of their compound. They know they have to push south. Fireflux, I feel like they could have done a little bit more in terms of getting rid of S2G. And this is a worthy replay here. The fact that he takes no damage there is brilliant. That allows him to go for 2 more on the inside. Steps in and just does so much work. Sprays down the door frame as well. I mean, nearly connects for that 4th elimination there. And there's a reason this guy was Rookie of the Season last season. Freezer is a force to be reckoned with on brute force.
That he is. Black Esports. Towards that eastern side, them and Zeus both need to leave. Zeus sees that Black Esports gearing up to go. IDB Direct, so that shift that they did earlier on, that little move down from the top side of Prison towards the central spot has worked out very nicely for them. Quite open down towards the south side of Mansion. And for IDB Direct, the fact that they don't have to move too much is a real blessing in disguise.
A shift from Black Esports trying to move under cover of terrain here, but Maniac will be the only player in position actually to go for these sprays. Allows Poser across. Kakali next has to do a little bit of serpentine action, but he should be okay. Lewis stepping up and actually answering with a volley himself into the vehicle, moving quickly. A lot of damage found over towards Lewis, and they're backing it up. They slam it into reverse. They want a little bit more of a run-up to try and get speed before they go for the cross. Maniac still looking to hold, but Black Esports now allowed in with 2.
Shots with the Mini 14. Fantastic work from Maniac. Pops at least one of them at the back seat. And Black Esports will have to go on as just the 3, potentially. If he can pick his teammate up out from outside the blue. Stage 4, just not heading too hard, but it was maybe a mistake.
Zeus are hunting Black Esports now with just Kakali, and they are hot on his trail. A broken twig, a rustling bush, and they are immediately traipsing on down behind them, but it's going to be crashing straight into the compound, into the position ahead of them that will be their demise. Na'Vi now trying to contest with Vibes around the south side of Prison. I say Na'Vi, 2 players alive and a lot of damage sent to them besides. the nades over to Lemon, making it very tricky. 4 eliminations found so far this match, and this is the sort of unplayable zone you were talking about, right? It really, really makes it tricky for teams to rotate around. Na'Vi do not have a choice but to take a fight on the east or the west. It seems like they've elected for the east side.
Team Spirit out, in fact. But towards the northeast, S2G clears around that area. I really did feel like Brute Force would have a bit more of a chance in this game, but again, a 3-man push onto Heaven is not what you expect, especially when it's on the outside of the circle. And it heads back over towards Fireflux, who are currently in a fight with RCB, but look like they're winning this one pretty handedly.
Wild. Doing a lot of damage through the smoke, but not quite connecting, and that's the final point that they were looking for. 3 players alive for Fireflux. I mean, sweeping down, I didn't expect them to be able to take RCB out on that position on a dry push, but it seems like it's going to work for them this time. And they can start to extend a lot of control over the west side of this circle. I mean, has Scarface moved all the way back up to Heaven Compound? No, it's not even, it's not that far. The circle's a little bit too far south for that. Vibes, trying to fend off their little slice of prison. As Zeus are trying to encroach, so are Na'Vi on the south still.
Vibes. Again, I think most of these teams here down towards the southeast are likely going to take each other out. It is a really horrid spot to rotate out from. Nail to the top from Dokuma. Do much damage at all.
It's nasty. Vibes catch some on their approach, but there's plenty of flack going both ways. Footballers Chaos, I mean, they step up and immediately get taken down. They're like, we're busy, actually. Thank you very much. You're not allowed in this fight. Unfortunately, they may not have a choice. Doorway may be barred, but they are breaking it down. Battering rams, slamming against it. Na'Vi still going with 2 on the southwest side. Around prison, though, all of these teams are going to have to make such a fast rotation once this concludes, no matter who's able to win it out.
It's not easy at all, because you either have to swing down towards the southwest or back up towards the north side into the waiting jaws of IWNRX. Dokuma, I really do feel like he should have hit a couple more of those shots. Under pressure, though. Understandable. Maniac goes down, and it's just a case of holding these teams back. That's a dangerous vehicle to be getting back in, but needs the speed.
I mean, in stage 5, it's kind of doable. I mean, the smoke damage, obviously, you can see it billowing from under the... Well, they don't really have a bonnet, do they, on the buggies? But still, you'll be thankful for it if it gets you to safety. Fireflux taking nades over towards Na'Vi ends their run here. And 6 teams remain. On the north side, S2G still playing up as 4. IWNRX over on the northeast. They're playing as 4 as well. They moved up from prison a while ago. They've held this position for a while now. And they are just about coming to the edge of the circle, which means that they are going to have to start to move. But they have 4 players alive, and they are one of 3 teams to have that accolade. Footballers Chaos, they were a little bit more aggressive, but trying to hold out 2 teams fighting, only getting 2 limbs for it, not ideal. S2G trying to move power aside. Al-Haji dodges the damage. The rear bumper there looking pretty good. Easy. Lobs the nade up and right down on top of himself. Roll up. Going well for S2G. Well, hang on a minute. I take that back because 2 of them have gone down. There's oversight from Fireflux as well.
Power's out. Good roll down in the smoke, honestly, from Marso. Good assumption made. Smoke's going up. His fingers. Would it have been quicker?
He's got that backseat protection, right? Covering off the driver.
Oh, yeah. That's how it works.
They get the reses. I mean, they're kind of being allowed to do this as well. Frozen. He can't do that. Not now. Oh, dear. Slowly drifts into a tree and dies. Not good.
Yeah.
IWNRX.
Bit of a mistake. A small one.
Yeah, a large one.
IWNRX, who had a great opportunity in this game. Maybe wanted to swing over towards that western side, but they've stayed pretty still. I think they were hoping to catch a lot of teams coming in from the south. But that concluded fairly quickly on its own.
Yeah, they don't have any limbs right now. And they still do have a pretty decent chance. The fact that Frozen hasn't been flushed yet is kind of wild to me. I feel like he was shot down out in the open, and he's still alive. How's that happened? He's managed to crawl so far back, and I think he's going to get rezzed.
Yeah. Ball is chaos. Still going strong. Catch. Barely out in the open. Vehicle explodes, and so you can finally lay down behind it. It's no longer a ticking time bomb. I think with both wheels gone on the side of the vehicle, it does provide some pretty consistent cover.
I'm looking at Fireflux's big split right now. They are 3 players, and all of them are playing about 150 meters apart from one another. They are just hoping that they can force these fights to happen in different places. Ketch is kind of the peak of this V formation for Fireflux, rather. And can he hold it off? I feel like this is a really big risk from Fireflux, but they've been taking risks a couple of times this match, and I think it's working out so far for them. No nades connecting.
Not just yet.
I mean, this is the danger, right? You just lose one of the sides and so severely diminished, there's no chance you get that res. And if Ketch goes down, I mean, that's it. Like, Scarface, there's no way he gets through. S2G gonna have nade sent their way. A big nade from Swain finds 2 players, Kelsey and Hamzy. Another one over the top from Frozen. There's only 1 player to deal with now. Marceau, though, puts up a fight. Stiff resistance here in the bunker for S2G. Holding around the side as well, but will not be able to survive as Swain rolls in with a DBS. Taking them all down. 4 players alive still for IWNRX. Zed Wolf going to hold the south flank, but Footballers Chaos are going to try and take it from them. IWNRX going to have to move back down south as well as the circle shifts away.
This is tough news. And IWNRX have got a long journey ahead of them. It's surprising there's still 4. They have taken quite a few knocks over this game, but no flushes have come through yet. Footballers Chaos, the big issue in front of them here.
A rollback for IWNRX, but they come to find their old position. Not so strong for them right now. Center of the circle currently unoccupied. Fireflux, wait, they got the res on Fireflux?
Yeah, somehow.
Lux got back up? How on earth did they manage to make that one up? I mean, I guess that fight pops off. There's no cover. You take the opportunity. You go like, right, this is the only chance. Let's get back up to 3. And I mean, credit to them, but I thought Lux was a goner.
Yeah, it's all really slowed down. And I think that Footballers Chaos could maybe expand slightly. Especially, like you say, with Lux going down there, there was definitely a big opportunity for them to send across.
Take space. Kind goes down as Scarface. Playing off his forward player. 2 players down now for IWNRX, but Ketch does get spotted in response. It's up to Scarface to keep him safe as they rotate around. Lux and Scarface, now they have to condense. Okay, they see that knock, they think, we have to stay as 3. Nade in from Frozen, another shot to Scarface. It's just Lux remaining. Can he return the favor? A nade over towards the backlines takes a lot of damage off them. A nade goes up high again. It's a nice bounce there. Scarface is going to go down. Ketch as well, and Lux is under pressure. They stayed split for far too long for my liking. Lux is very, very low. Footballers Chaos just over the hillside as well. And there is a real struggle bus pulling into the station right now for Lux.
I mean, it's mega passive from Footballers Chaos. They could have ended the game right now. But instead, they're just still sitting on their side. And it's likely they'll still win this game. But they're opening up chances for it to go the other way.
Ooh, this could be nasty. Bouncer over towards Dokuma. IWNRX are scouting. Player on the back, Falconist. Needs to reposition now into the vehicle. Moves across the road. In and amongst the team. If Lux can stay alive, he could pull a few more points out of this. And I think IWNRX have, at this stage, an equal probability of winning this one against Footballers Chaos. And I mean, given the performances so far this week, I'm tipping it over to IWNRX. Lux is known. They know exactly where he is. There's no chance you're getting away from that. Not going to happen. Footballers Chaos, they think they know where he is too, but it's too late. Can't find it. Fireflux down and out. IWNRX able to rack up to 7 eliminations already.
Swain taking shots, and again, like the fact that Footballers Chaos, they've sort of allowed this to happen. There's so many opportunities to get over towards this hilltop, towards this plateau, and just harass versus IWNRX. This is a thrown away chicken dinner.
IWNRX looking to try and push themselves into the lead, into a relevant position. This is their last day of games, so getting a good chicken dinner here would be brilliant. They want 10 eliminations. Seems like they may just be able to find them. Their pockets are deep. Plenty of nades still to come. The sweep out wide, up onto the high ground. Dokuma somehow fading a lot of these nades. Zedwolf on the off angle. I mean, as soon as Dokuma steps up, you know he's getting peppered with mini 14 shots. Those rounds will start to crack out. Kine crawling forwards. Still humbling their player on the off angle. Yekta finds a Swain rolling up and again crashing into a tree. Just a short fall here and gets the point away. That's not ideal. Frozen down in the grass. A 2v3 now. Molotov from Zedwolf goes long on the arm. They know he's behind that tree. Okay, Yekta spotted. Sanity restored somewhat. It's all up to Dokuma. I don't think he's got any meds because he would have used them by now. Steps out for the spray onto Kyan. It's not going to work out. And IWNRX put 10 eliminations on the board. Find the chicken dinner and control from the east side of prison. They shift north and sweep across from there. Nice performance.
Yeah, again, Footballers Chaos should have had that in the bag. And I think IWNRX are just as confused as we are in the sense they never made a more aggressive move. I remember it got to the point where it was 2 knocks over towards Footballers Chaos, 2 knocks over to IWNRX. And I think you just have to give it your all at that point and try and take what you can. Like, what the likelihood of you losing a 2v4 is obviously much less than you losing a 4v4.
Yeah. Well, you'd think, right? That would be logical and sensible as a thing to do. We saw Freezer there really putting up a fight in the Heaven compound scrap. Ended up being, I believe, a 4-way engagement over in that direction. Fireflux didn't want to push themselves in. I feel like it was 2 very passive teams playing into that final circle, right? I mean, Fireflux, they didn't really push too hard on that one, and it was only right at the end, and probably only because of Footballers Chaos passivity, that they were able to stay alive for as long as they did in that scenario, right? And then IWNRX were just like, okay, well, we'll actually take these fights. We'll actually do well off this match. And even though Footballers Chaos get some points there, they only get, I think it was 2 elims.
Yeah.
In those final moments, and Fireflux as well, not doing as well as I think they could have done. They could have had a lot more control for both of those rosters.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's a really tough circle, but I think the fact that Footballers Chaos, they did great to get out from prison, right, and take advantage of everything that happened in prison, but not being able to transition down towards that south side, that's where things get a little bit awkward for me. That's where I'm like, things should have been different.
Let's take a look at our match rankings. IWNRX at the top with their chicken dinner and 11 elims. They earn 21 points. S2G with 11 points rather as well. And I think that they also did put in a decent showing. That north side went quite well for them. They didn't manage to get towards the top 3, but they were still definitely doing work and were a major force over towards that Heaven spot as well. They pushed 2 players out and forced that fight to conclude in a way that wasn't favorable for anyone else who stepped out of there. So good stuff from S2G coming off the chicken dinner from Sandhawk. Looks like they are having a good day today.
Yeah, very nice. And I mean, honestly, for a couple of our teams at the moment, it is weird the way it's worked out because Virtus.pro has vacuumed up a lot of points. So these last couple of days are a real sprint just to get points wherever you can. And I think without 77, without Virtus Pro in the lobby, without Falcons, this day is the best opportunity for any other team to be picking up a large amount of points going into tomorrow.
Absolutely. It's a great chance for you. As we take a look at our match report,
Nice
it's
one,
Frozen topping the tables on every damage metric. Swash getting 243 was the longest elimination. Wow, okay. Quite close range this match. Seems like nobody was taking those shots out over the open terrain. It was all around the prison, all around that Heaven compound. So not really going to see too much long-range combat.
No, not at all. Again, for Ketch getting very far in that game. Quite literally on his feet the entire time. But yeah, I think, again, this should be a wake-up call for footballers, Kez. You're given those opportunities, you need to take them every single time. But Fireflux, it looks a little bit better for them overall. Since their week one, it's just not been the same, sadly.
No. I think I would still criticize them for their wide split, their insistence on holding it for a little bit too long and not able to close out that match. They could have done a little bit more, I think. IWNRX, though, were able to hold them off on the north side. They got those reses. They took that chicken dinner away from Footballers Chaos, where maybe it shouldn't have, and they are able to sneak away a chicken dinner with some fancy play over on the north side of the road. Let's head to a break. We'll be back with another Erangel.
%, of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
And we are back for another Erringel, of course. IWNRX able to get a chicken dinner on their final day, which is always a good feeling to get. So we'll see if they can get a few more, maybe, over the course of today. A few more. Well, that'll be a pretty big ask from them, but we'll have to wait and see. We are, as I said, going into our second Erringel, match number 3 on the day, in the last day of games for Team Spirit, for IWNRX, for Power, and for Guild. And if you want to see, well, certainly at least one of those teams, potentially, at the PUBG MOBILE Global Championship 2024, the best way to do that is to grab a ticket with the limited 40% early bird discount. You can scan that QR code. I know it's just disappeared, but you'll see it again later on the show, or you can rewind a little bit. Make sure that you grab that, get that discount. It's the cheapest way to get a ticket to the London finals, where everything will be taking place later on this year.
Absolutely. You want to make sure you can get to that one as soon as you can, because I think for a lot of our players here, they are looking to pump these points a bit harder. We do have a lot of spots available, but PMGC is the end of year goal for a huge amount of our teams. Obviously, football is chaos. You can see some big discussions going on, because I think that they're pretty unhappy with the way that last game went as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand why, right? We broke it down, I think, quite accurately, and probably quite, kindly to what Footballers Chaos could have done in that last match. I feel like they're certainly going to be harsher on themselves there. Definitely a lot more agency that they could have found. They didn't really get the value for pushing out towards that south and trying to sweep through it that they wanted to. They only got 2 eliminations out of that prison scrap, right, on the south side into those hills. So not going to be able to get the value there, and then subsequently not going to be able to take the aggressive push to find that chicken dinner when they had a really big opportunity to find it. So step up on the game. It's time, because we are going to be heading into map number 3. It's time for Erringel once more, and we are going to be seeing just what these teams have in store.
And what do they have to offer to us here? IWNRX currently taking the lead, at least inside this lobby, with 20 matches played. SUG not far behind, but they've only got 14 matches played, so they still have one more day of play coming in tomorrow. Team Spirit, this is their last day as well, similarly for Power and Guild.
Yeah, right now, I mean, you can see the overalls on the left-hand side of your screen. S2G definitely a front runner to try and jump up, and I mean, potentially it's a team that could compete towards at least top 2 on this lobby, which is quite interesting, right? They seem to have sort of snuck up on the outside, given that first game today and the second game to follow it up as well. They have jumped quite high up on those leaderboards, so great stuff from S2G. Another opportunity now. Plane path from Severny down to west side, so Snovka military base. It's interesting to me that Brute Force have gone for Severny here. I mean, sure, maybe grabbing vehicles and getting to Novo is dangerous, but I guess no Falcons, no point not just going for Severny. It's right there.
Yeah, it's early on the plane path as well, so earlier loot, much better possibility for them. You'd be very late down towards Novo, and you'd have to contend with Na'Vi as well as Guild to grab vehicles. So yeah, this is just a smarter play overall.
Yusuf again, going for that vehicle on the military island, a potential weakness. I mean, Brute Force pretty happy that they dropped in Severny now. But if Trovo 2030 carry this on into tomorrow, I can kind of see that being a bit troublesome. I imagine that maybe a player from Na'Vi or 2 may flex out to it and watch for that drop. If they see that parachute, they divert and try and contest it with the advantage, because they know that backup is not coming if Yusuf goes down.
Yeah, it's one of those drops where it's a case of right now it's not a huge deal. I think tomorrow it might be a bit different. It might be dependent on the playing path as well for Trovo. They know that Brute Force is likely taking up Falcon's position in Severny, so they get a free vehicle back up towards their position. But for Trovo 2030, they don't really have a confirmed spot. What was a double knockdown?
With the knife! Ragnarok with the knife! He threw the knife at Mazzaro in the vehicle, and vibes are getting torn apart by Salom as well. Oh, this is really nasty stuff. I thought this was done and dusted. I thought Trovo were going to lose 2 players, but no. Brute hopped out and took half his health bar as damage here with the UMP, with the micro Uzi as well. Footballers Chaos. they're coming in. They're getting a little bit more aggressive as well. They pick up the point onto Mazzaro. And they're stealing this one away. Vibes. Oh, they've had a nightmare here, Blank.
That looked clean. It looked like it should have been an easy amount of pickings. But no, not meant to be.
I've got to see that knife on the replay. I don't know if we caught that, but excellent stuff there. And Footballers Chaos, they get to their credit, they're getting a little bit more aggressive this game, right? They hear this, they know exactly what's going on, they're rolling this down. Ragnarok's the next to fall.
Footballers Chaos gone. Trovo 2030 underneath. Salam's sort of trapped up here, does jump out the building to hopefully get the spray down onto the final player from Vibes here on Brute. What a weird way to start your game, honestly.
Imagine landing a knife throw onto a moving buggy. That is impressive stuff.
Yeah, taking down each other at the same time is just... I couldn't quite believe what I saw.
It's kind of nuts. Brute trying to hold out. As you said, the last player alive for Vibes now in a stunning turn of events. Yusuf trying to pursue him up the stairs. Marcelo out in the open ground may be in danger here, but he has to worry about the staircase first. There's two players running up on him. He's not going to be able to stop them. Footballers Chaos, they left a while ago now, but Trovo 2030 survive what could have been disaster.
It really could have been very bad. Honestly, very, very bad. Luckily, Gao fairly unscathed. The three players. There's Gil down towards the south side. They're on the east of Team Spirit. And we didn't really talk too much about the circle, but it did head far up towards that northern side of the map. So Brute Force really happy with the way that one has worked out for them.
Yeah, they've managed to get that early drop in, get looted fast. I'm imagining that, yeah, now they're starting to leave Severny now. That's now twice in the same sentence, but you know what? We're just going to keep going. Their leave from Severny is going to be an important rotation for them because a lot of teams are now going to start to move in. Okay, we managed to find it. I'll come back to that. Sees it, launches it, bang.
That is wild.
Look at that. That is so clean. I love that so much.
Yeah,
Salam also really clean with this fight, getting on 1v2. Really nice. Both players had weapons and CQB-oriented weapons as well. So credit to Salam for being able to pull that one out, but the knife kind of stole the show.
Yeah, it's going on a highlight reel, that's for sure.
Hell yeah.
Not only been able to do that, but to do it in a PMSL is really silly.
I mean, you just don't have a choice at that point. You've just got to go for that play. You know it's in your wheelhouse. You've hit them before in your solo queue games. It's time to bring it to the big leagues. Why not? Getting fancy with it. I think that's now 2 knife throw eliminations we've seen. I think it was Virtus Pro with Icy in the Painan Hot Drop against RCB. And now another one. Joining the Hall of Fame.
A lot of teams now making their way up towards that northern edge. IWNRX looking to move through Rozhok. They know that RCB should have moved already. You are just rolling around. Monster Truck's actually kind of a useful vehicle in terms of scouting because it is much higher up than other vehicles are in the driver's seat. So your view range is extended. It's not so useful when it comes to cover. I mean, you can definitely hide behind the wheels, but it doesn't provide a position where you could easily just prone behind it. You can't pop the wheels out.
Yeah, I mean, even if you do get the explosion on the vehicle, it's still very, very minimal cover. And even hiding behind the wheels, even if you're able to use those, right, it's almost like playing behind a tree rather than playing behind a rock. You just can't move side to side because you have to be isolated. And if there's multiple angles looking at you, it's even harder to play around that monster truck tire. But still, has its value, has its use, plus looks super cool.
Yeah, it's finicky. Very finicky at times. Over towards IWNRX. Remember, they were rotating through. They find a position down towards the south side. It's not ideal. but it'll work for now. Navi and Trovo 2030 looking to move out. They're right down on that south side, and Team Spirit, one of the last teams to rotate in as well.
Yeah, coming up now behind this position we're on board with, actually. Footballers Chaos may have Team Spirit barking down at them in just a moment, but maybe they divert west and try and get across the bridge. I mean, north side of the river, definitely where these teams are looking, and I think it's almost certain that the circle will at least catch the north side of this river as it comes through in about 5 seconds. We're going to see it connect, and it goes right on top of all of our teams. So not too much changes here. Oh dear. This is nasty. Effect, though, able to hold his own for the time being at least, and there is backup from the rest of Team Spirit here. Fireflux cannot do too much about it, but both Matic and Kitsune going down is going to make this hard. Look at that regroup down towards the river as well. As Matic's getting rezzed, a rescue on board for Nomi over towards Kitsune as well, as they look to keep 4 players alive. But Footballers Chaos, they can move in this meantime. Get a little bit more aggressive with it. That's what we wanted to see.
Absolutely. They need to change things up a little bit. Team Spirit currently trapped on the roadside. Good shots from Storm start things off. As Matic roams around the side in the vehicle. Yeah, they are trapped on the bridge now.
Expecting them to vault off, and you can see that Team Spirit, they're moving into this position to play the riverside a little bit. Ooh, but he's hopped in the vehicle. They're getting out the back here. Nomi in one, Kitsune staying on the bridge. Nomi potentially drawing fire with that move. Kitsune able to heal and hop over the side of the bridge down to terrain cover, gets that healing done. Footballers Chaos not able to find that opening.
No, surprising. Team Spirit's able to get all 4 players back up again. They're in a horrible spot. And still have to move further forward.
The asset that they do have, though, is a little bit of time. They're in this next circle, even Nomi on that south side of the river. So they can work this for just a little bit longer. Sure, they're not going to have the pace, but in the position that they were, they kind of never were going to have the pace, right? They're playing in from the southeast side. There's always going to be teams ahead of you at this stage in the game, at this time in the game. And if Footballers Chaos want to commit to holding you out, they're kind of scuppering their own chances. So maybe just allow Footballers Chaos to get away from you, then try and regroup and force your way in later on.
Yeah, exactly, John. That is the best way to do it. Navi, Flip finding a knock on the backside of Power because they're rotating. If they can clear Power here, they have a really strong control over towards the western side of this circle. Heads further towards that north side. Footballers Chaos getting an unfortunate run-in with Nigma Galaxy.
I don't think he gets Storm back up here for Footballers Chaos. He's on an open hillside. Navi, they're spotting Power out on this western edge. But at the moment, Power not looking in super strong form as they do go out fully. Navi get a clean wipe as they don't take any knocks out their way, but do have to move now as the blue zone puts pressure on them on the west edge. Up into the shooting range hills they'll have to go. As the circle pops hard southwest shift blanket, keeps that south shoreline in, and Team Spirit, they may have a chance to get something done here, whether maybe they weren't super hopeful before. In they go.
I'm actually surprised. This has all gone very well for weird teams around the place. I couldn't quite believe that it's all worked out so far.
Team Spirit mounting up against the backlines of Nigma Galaxy, but there's shots coming on through that land onto effect. Matic up to the ridgeline. He wants to put more control in to hold this angle. A little bit more strength bolstering their position, but the high ground for SnowX is just so demanding of Team Spirit's attention. Nice nade. Is it going to connect? Does find a little bit there, but not too much more. I think that might have just been the re-knock, potentially. Kitsune, very, very low on health. And Nigma Galaxy really don't want to let this one go away. Spray down from Matic, going to be necessary here to keep them alive.
Comes Nigma Galaxy. Not many players from them. too close together on Team Spirit, as they do lose player behind. We'll have to regroup again. But the vehicles are massively ruined. There's been some awkward rotates to get into this spot, actually.
Team Spirit have really been through the wars, but it seems like teams are allowing them so many opportunities. Trovo 2030 spotted on their crossing. They came in just a little bit too late, which is unfortunate. There's no real way that they have in at this stage. This eastern side jam-packed. No opportunity to find a way through, but Maniac and Dokuma taking shots across the way may allow them to sneak their way through under cover of gunfire.
Yeah, Football Scouts losing Storm, but it didn't go too badly. That is up until this moment in time where Darkin's able to immediately find Falconist and flush him. So now down to 2 players from Footballers Chaos, so awkward game for them. IWRX, they understand they need to hit some higher highs during these games. They only have 4 more matches left to play, including this one.
Yusuf hopping in for the fight. That's a good clear on the building. The nade doesn't connect. And Trovo 2030 will fight on. We know they're scrappy. We saw it on the hot drop there. And 3 eliminations for Salem. Really the main player that kept them in this one. They're going to have to make another move, though. Circle. Going to come through. Maniac stepping past the nade into it again, though, as it bounces before the door. Fortunately, there is a trade-off, and Rita can get this res. They aren't in this next circle as it shifts off to the northwest.
Kind of a horrible spot, but I mean, for RCB, this is a good game where they have some of the high ground. They can pair off from the top of. They have some natural cover towards that area of the map. Black Esports starts to swing from that south side.
Zeus trying to clear their path, trying to take shots up towards Ralph, but don't really have the angle. Ralph not going for these peaks, not going for that spray down. I mean, he's backed off a little bit, so in fact that spray does give them space, even if they don't find the knock, but they're trying to sweep up to the north edge, try to clear out the remnants of Trovo 2030, and then into Brute Force and S2G. I think this may be a very difficult rotate for Zeus to work with, but maybe they'll be able to find something. They're hopping out, and Trovo 2030 do not have the cover. The nades are going to come on through. Prepod trying to keep those nades and the eliminations over towards themselves, but the nade from Darkin, that's just going to blast them to smithereens and put 2 points in the pockets of Zeus.
Zeus in an awkward spot. Shots will ring out towards them. I think they're a little bit locked in. Guild over towards this western side. RCB continues to hold that strong central position. Nice shot from Zero. Will take down Kakali as he attempts to enter the building. Denied at the door.
Na'Vi surround the fight, but Guild are going to hold off one angle. Default down first. Lewis on the outside trying to trade it off. Does get the spray down onto Default. Does get that flush and steals the point away. But there's an immediate answer from AXA. They still have the outside track, but in comes Heroic as well from the north side. RCB are trying to take shots out this way as well. This is 5 teams all looking out here. Black Esports, I think that is going to take them down to very close to going out, but Guild also on their last legs here. Flip spotted from Heroic, who have chimed in. It's all guns blazing on the western front.
Poser dropping the smoke sim. Try and keep himself up for a little bit longer here.
Holding it behind the windows. EXO getting that first aid on. Thinks better. Keeps that one for later. Pops the bandage instead. Poser. First aid for him though. May have the health advantage. Steps in. EXO can't quite find the challenge. Neither of them can. Not connecting with the sprays. Finds the player on the staircase and pushes him straight on down. Team Spirit have moved up. Look at that on the south edge. Everybody is moving in here.
Yeah, again, for Team Spirit, there's just open opportunities for them to send around the map. They left Matic behind, down towards a compound on the south, just waiting for that shift on the next circle, just in case. So they're playing it pretty safe right now, but they've wounded and injured teams over towards this western edge, which is going to be really useful for them in the long run. They know this is a portion of the map which has weakened teams going forward.
Keep these players out on the west side. They know that RCB is their main dangerous team to play up against. They know that position should be occupied. They know that that threat from the north will be there. The teams on the east potentially could take care of each other. Team on the north, RCB are going to have to fight them off. So it's the western teams that would be the major threat for Team Spirit in the position that Matic holds. Dealing with this is smart for them. They are trying to preempt danger into these next circles.
Yeah, I mean, RCB, they know that they've got a winning position. That is just a case of scouting, making sure they understand exactly where teams are playing. Matic getting a little bit worried down towards the south side now because there potentially is teams that would like to swing round, so Kitsune sends back. That makes sense to me.
Two of their players now left on this hilltop, overseeing what is left of Na'Vi, what is left of Guild. 3 eliminations for Guild, 5 for Na'Vi. Little replay on how this fight all started to kick off. Guild just chasing them down. Black Esports versus Guild turned into Black Esports versus Guild versus Na'Vi versus Team Spirit versus Heroic versus RCB. And it's not gone well for a lot of those teams.
Yeah, it's an incredible amount of squads all fighting over one compound on the western side. And Power wanted to get there, but was completely shut down by Na'Vi. On a very clean wipe, by the way, on the western edge. It's a shame Na'Vi couldn't get too much further. Zeus, understand that now is the time to start moving out. Redox, a threat down towards their south edge.
IWNRX taking the last player of Fireflux out on the southeast side. Now IWNRX could potentially try and crash towards Team Spirit. Shots from Maniac over towards Brute Force as Zeus do have the outside on the circle, which means they're going to have to move first. That's that Redox backstab you're talking about. Potential to slow Zeus down, if not take them down, as Freezer immediately catapults forwards. He slingshots into the middle of Zeus. And they're looking for Nox. It's Furia to find Darkin. If they peek up, if they step up to try and go for him, the rest of his team's there. Redox dashing, darting for the circle, and Maniac finds the wrong end of that scope, pointed his direction. Will fall down outside in the blue zone. A nade up from Furia. Eren may just fall next. The heal comes through from Redox, and he does have another chance as Zeus dismantled here. IWNRX establish a front line and get in the way of Brute Force now.
Yeah, it's a smart move from IWNRX. They know they need to start moving up to deny this. They hear a lot of the fighting. It's a perfect opportunity for them. And they do get it solidly done. Next circle incoming now. RCB finding Furia on the side. Good shots, actually. Using that high ground to their advantage. Yeah, okay. Cool.
So RCB win. Who comes second? I feel like IWNRX, given that they have that 2-player forward position, can regroup there, can play there, and Team Spirit may be able to do something, but Guild are high and dry. Nomi has been holding them out for such a long time. However, there's a lot of utility in this compound, given that I think about 100,000 teams decided to crash onto it, so a lot of boxes potentially to pilfer through for Guild on their duo remaining, Exo and Zero.
Yeah, there's plenty of opportunity. It really depends how clean Nomi can be with his initial spray. Even if he knocks one of them, that's enough. 2-player squad is way more dangerous. I think he's decided, you know, get back to the team, play out that way. Realistically, for Team Spirit, there's only a couple points of action here, which is either to swing all the way up towards the north, which would be very dangerous and is not really possible with Guild being there, or to try and clear IWNRX, which equally is just as tough. I think Nomi's trying to bait out the move from Guild with the vehicle sounds at the moment.
potentially risky position found by two of RCB's players, Ezel and Silas, trying to flank out, trying to sweep through on Brute Force's position before they regroup in. But as soon as that position is known entirely, they know that they're going to drop the ball if they have to go for it. And Guild is trying to encroach on their western side. They can't take the fight on two fronts. They can't withstand that. Even in the strength of the position that they have, it's going to be nasty for them. So Guild, now their primary focus. What can IWNRX do? What can Brute Force do? Team Spirit on this far side whilst RCB is preoccupied.
It's a funny one because I think that, you know, if teams could see where the map is at right now, they might potentially even go for a hard crash over towards Wild's position on the map, which is fairly central. But because they assume that there's a fair few more players holding that position, they're all willing to stay on the outer edge. Matic just checking it.
I think Team Spirit want to go straight in for this fight with IWNRX, and you can see that smoke line that's blocking off the compound that RCB have. It's going to give them that opportunity to gain speed, to gain momentum towards IWNRX. Expect a rollout soon. As in goes Kitsune, he's leading the charge. Effect, not going to hop into the vehicle. Moves forwards, gets their forward position established, but the nade is going to answer it and going to push him way back and get the knock. Beautiful from Frozen. Knows exactly what to do, how to handle this. Team Spirit not ready for this roll-up, it seems. The sprays towards the backline not connecting. The nades over to the tree. Looks good for Nomi. He has to back off. But he jumps back into the nade. Oh, that is unfortunate. The roll-in from Frozen will catapult himself into the backlines of Team Spirit. It's Effect and Matic to try and hold it down now. IWNRX wanting to sweep through. Matic is down. It is just Effect now behind the tree. Another nade from Swain. I think they know where he is. It's going to step out. That looks good. It's right around the trunk. And Effect maybe getting blasted away. Not going to find it just yet. Team Spirit, two of their players to res, but they're not going to find any sort of opening against IWNRX. They are just pushed aside. And knock over to Frozen in the meantime as the circle goes straight over to RCB yet again.
That fight would have been very different if it wasn't for the fact that Effect naded Kitsune. The amount of damage that Effect was able to do over towards Kitsune made the second nade that came in on from IWNRX. It wasn't a perfect nade, but it was enough damage to take down the already injured Kitsune in that fight. And I think that once your front line's kind of dismembered, you're struggling.
Guild are finally out with their duo remaining, but they do get up to 4th place. Did have 4 limbs as well, so again, not terrible for Guild, and I feel like they did get stuck in a lot more during that match. Not that they really had too much of a choice. IWNRX trying to find the tail end of Brute Force, move across these open hillsides, though. That is dangerous. Zedwolf out the window, finds Freezer. Out in the open, we'll find it again. As they hop out, they're closer now. And RCB may have a contender. Furia, ooh, he's behind them. They didn't catch this. He's got the nade. He's going to be able to cook one up and potentially get an immediate double. Kind steps wide. He's got 1 nade, so needs to make it count. Will still stay secret if he connects with this nade and gets a knock. Goes up high, wants to drop it from the sky, just a little bit too long on the cook, steps out, and the shots are there immediately. Swivel, 180s from everybody on IWNRX. There's a snake down the hill. Take care of him, but Frozen does go down to it, and now RCB can try and move forward. Swain is low, has to heal, and they can move in. Still Neos out on that off angle. Very, very low, but still at the game.
Yeah, I mean, for RCB, it's likely going to be a quick game purely because everyone's on the edge, and they're all coming uphill as well. And they have so much control of the circle. I mean, they have had the circle for a long, long time now. We all spotted. IWNRX, though, great couple of games from them either way. That is the big takeaway from this match.
Res onto Frozen, Wild on the off angle for RCB. There's the step up. Kind going to be flushed away very, very quickly. It's a 3v3 now. Healing coming through for both teams. Zedwolf behind his bush. I mean, most teams will check this. Well, at least tag a couple of shots on the spray once they peek towards it. But can he catch them before they do? That's the question. Wild, straight in the middle. He's got the buildings, he's still got that compound, the center of the circle is theirs, and IWNRX forced to make the move.
Again, like I said, it's all uphill. It's such a tough push out. from IWNRX. It might have been possible if it was a 4v3, but it was a very important elim gathered by Wild to even things out.
Step up very timely. Silas crunching in. They know that IWNRX can't really push in on this angle, so they forced them up to this north side. They're hearing the vehicles. Swain getting up to this ridge. I mean, maybe this is a bit more ground than RCB really want to be giving them here, but Loxy on the high ground thinks he's got it covered. Taking a couple of shots. A wide sweep with the UAS, going to find one, rolling straight up to him with the DBS, takes a chunk out of Loxy on the sidelines, but Silas is there for the backup, going for that 2 spray. Will not find the answer, and Loxy goes down all the way. Swain has 4 first aids, he's on a sliver of HP, but he dashes back, stays alive, and RCB have pushed themselves up. IWNRX could get ahead now.
That is insane.
Big
that
Nate.
Swain survives that. Literally at 1 HP. Very unfortunate. And now there's some serious recuperation of ground needed from RCB. They backed off when I really feel like they should have just held the front angle.
Swain trying to follow up the nade, pushing Silas back. Wild still downhill. And a worry for them. Silas waiting for them to step too close for their comfort. Super low again, but doesn't go down. Swain, he's a survivor. You can't get rid of this guy, and now it's just Wild in a 1v3. RCB do not find the shots they're looking for, and IWNRX looking to find a second chicken dinner today. They have 11 eliminations so far on the match, and nade over towards Wild behind the ridgeline. He does have a little bit of leg room here on his left, but he's not really going to need it here, as the center of the circle sits above the lip of this one.
It's another game where a team gives IWNRX a ton of space. And I'm still confused as to why, but looks like another back-to-back here for IWNRX.
Ooh, cheeky. Doesn't take any damage either. 3 nades in hand. Going to send one of them over to the tree. Cooking up the second. Look at a focus on the rock now. They can't really go up for this res on the back lines. Catches Swain. And finally, he does the damage. The nade over the top. And it's the alley-oop for himself. Wild now in a 1v1. A chance to 1 versus 3. IWNRX. And there's the nade. It goes longer to Frozen, but he has to step out wide into the open. Wild winning this trade. With the shotgun, he steps out. And 1 versus 3.
Days.
Wild sends them back to the lobby. IWNRX. They're blasted away.
I mean, for Wild, he's done it before in the past. 1v4 versus Virtus Pro back in the day, PMSL Spring, and again, another 1v3 versus IWNRX in a really tough spot. And IWNRX sort of give them the angles. I really think that maybe they could have played that a little bit slower, traded off one another. It was an incredible start to the game there with that knife elim, but yeah. Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's real fancy in the end. And I think we had, again, one of those solo pop-off performances that we've been seeing a couple of times over the last few days. We've seen it from Furia, I think is... oh, wait, I think it was actually from Freezer, right? With the pump-action shotgun in the garage just now. He's had another one of those in a different garage as well. So the guy is kind of nuts with it. And it's a couple of really strong individual performances that are starting to shine through. The question mark that I would put on that, right, is that enough? At a global level, is that enough to be able to find the shots? This was brilliant. This was absolutely beautiful. Catching the spray in the open. Frozen not being there, also really, really important. If he was there on that crossfire, he had that peak angle, and Wild wouldn't have been able to do what he did. But 12 eliminations for RCB, 2,500 damage, and they find the chicken dinner when all seemed lost.
Yeah, it's a really good switch out to the shotgun actually on the DBS, because I think that's just good tracking of the amount of damage he's done to him. He's like, right, he must be extremely low. A couple of pellets will do the trick there. So yeah, very, very well played to Wild. You'd love to see it. And RCB will take themselves home 22 points, and IWNRX denied that back-to-back.
That's unfortunate, but they still get 18 points on the match. So again, for IWNRX's last day, it's looking good. Blank. They are having a very nice time, all things considered, and I'm very happy because this is a team that, again, coming into this whole tournament was be one of our strongest teams going, but didn't really show up until this week, until today. They have really started to accelerate as well, which is great, especially just before those finals. If they can qualify for them, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to have a little short break, and when we come back, it's TDM time. Virtus Pro will be getting their call-out match. We'll see you in a few. It's time to take a break from the chaos of that Western fight and take more chaos into our strides as we head over to the TTM warehouse. That's right, Virtus Pro were able to get another MVP accolade on side for themselves yesterday, with Koa taking that title. And they were able to get their call-out match. And so they are going to have another shot at $500 here for another TDM.
Yes, they will. Another chance at $500 for the team. And we'll see what they can get done in this match. I think, honestly, they look so strong recently, so they should be able to get it done. MVP of the day picks a team for one TDM challenge, and then you know the rest. But the winning team will get $500. And if you don't know, it's on the screen.
There you go. You can read it. $6,000 total to be given out. And I think, actually, today is our last TDM. No, we still got one tomorrow. We still will have one tomorrow for today's MVP. Okay, so this is our penultimate TDM. Oh, it's nearly gone. Oh, I'll miss it. Saturday is today, of course. So we are on after our third match. So that's right about, now, actually. We're going to be doing that. We're going to be taking on Virtus Virtus Pro to see if they're able to clinch this one out. I mean, right now, I think Team Spirit still holds the record for the highest number of wins over in the TDM warehouse, with 3 of their own call-out games and 1 away match that RCB tried to call them out for. Didn't go very well. Yesterday, Virtus Pro called out Black Esports. Technically, they called them out the day before yesterday. They played them yesterday, and Black Esports did go down, although they gave them a little bit of a run for their money. Maybe not expected. This time around,
did.
Yeah, that's kind of fair. You got, I think, 15 of those eliminations on Black Esports side, but Virtus Pro going to have another crack at it. I think it's impossible for them to win more than Team Spirit. So at this point, Team Spirit are confirmed to be the best TDM team in the tournament. There you go.
Yes, they are. Currently, at least. Just currently. I think that right now, it's an interesting one with Team Spirit with that away game, though. The away game's the big one, right? All things considered. I am excited, though, to potentially see if Virtus Pro gets swept by Footballers Chaos. We'll see. We'll see. But I do think with how Virtus Pro has been currently playing, it's somewhat doubtful.
And also given how Footballers Chaos is currently playing. I mean, we saw their timidity today in action so far against IWNRX. They really just weren't super willing to go for an advantageous, seemingly fight in that scenario. Didn't work out for them, as we hear the warming up going on through. In the shadow of the PMSL trophy, 2 teams will take on one another once again in the warehouse. Virtus Pro blue. Footballers Chaos in the red.
That's right. Bishke on our screens. Nade over towards Yetka. Around the side. Nice shot from Bishke to start things off. Already 3-1. Damn, that went quick.
Looking slick with it. Catching another one for 4-1. Putting a 5th on. Icy getting that healing started as well. Those nades are going to start to find their way over. Footballers Chaos, I mean, they've already been pushed back to spawn. This is pretty brutal from Virtus Pro. Storm could have been caught there, but actually a very nice volley answer from Footballers Chaos. Virtus Pro now resupplied on the nades, however. Yekta moving up and into position. Bishke there to try and cut across. Goes 1, goes 2. Already in profit on this engagement. Bishke nearly finding a 3rd as well. Trying to lean back into the rest of his team as they find that crossfire. Malloy's there. That's how you want to play it. 5 eliminations in the lead already. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Malloy up front and personal. Koa on the other, and Footballers Chaos is just locked in the spawn.
This is pretty nasty stuff. Virtus Pro definitely happy that they call that Footballers Chaos right about now. Footballers Chaos, though, they get a jump shot, get a jump spray. Dokuma managed to land 1, but they're still 8 points behind now with that extra onto Yekta. 9 on the tables. Bishke having to pull out the sword off, but they're 10 points in the lead blank. This is a very, very early lead to be found. 2 put back in the pocket of Footballers Chaos, but Koa on the inside nearly finds that. A little bit of a resurgence here. Storm trying to charge forward, but now Virtus Pro are just going to be standing on back. Bishke trying to dodge his teammate's nade, but the second one to deal the damage. 20-12 is the scoreline.
They'll come up. Sends a nade out towards the back. And was shot over towards him though. 22-14, slight resurgence. But not a huge amount so far.
I know they put 10
Nades
points
will
on the
push
difference
Icy
now.
back.
That is true. So they're only 9 points behind now. Remember, it's first to 40. Almost when the timer runs out, but I don't think we're going to see the timer. A little bit of a light up over on this left side for Footballers Chaos, and they are now only 5 points behind, so they've cut their disadvantage in half. However, the nades do respawn with Virtus Pro. That can potentially give them a little bit of an advantage. You see Malloy already racking a point up with them. On the door frame, though, Yekta trying to hold. Traded off. 7 eliminations now in the lead. For Virtus Pro, putting up that 8. Dokuma steps out. 2 players behind the crate. Trying to challenge it off, but it's not going to work out. 9 there. Bishke up to the wall. The concrete through. Stepping out and don't know what you expected. 10 points in the lead, 30-20.
Fishgate round the side as per usual, always playing a sneaky angle. Very low though. And Falcazis knows he's there. This is a very quick game though, and both teams just going hell for leather. Certainly slow down once we get further into the 30s for Virtus Pro.
Spray over to Bishke. 8 eliminations needed to be able to win for Virtus Pro. Dokuma still on the inside of this warehouse. Can't quite connect onto Malloy, who's taking on the back lines as well. Going a little bit even on these trades. Another footballist player and another as well falls down. 6 eliminations needed. 6 points ahead for Virtus Pro. Bishke popping that reload, steps out for Storm, looks for another over to Falconist, and he's got his back turned. Not where you want to be looking. The nades on the respawn are good, but 3 eliminations now needed. 2 as they're racking them up fast over towards Footballers Chaos. Icy can't quite find one of those 2, but it's only a matter of time, in my estimation. Malloy backed off by a nade, but they are going to start to run dry. Yekta spotted, sprayed down by Malloy, and around the edge, Virtus Pro. That was a convincing win on their call-out. No way there's a reverse sweep against Footballers Chaos.
Yeah, it was so fast as well. They just didn't even bother trying to play it tactically. It was just straight up gun skill versus gun skill. Very well done, and Virtus Pro will take their second victory of the tournament, earning $1,000 total here in the TDM challenge, which is a nice extra bonus bit of cash.
Yeah, the only other team, I believe, to win more than one TDM other than Team Spirit, who have managed to take home $2,000 of that TDM prize pool. So great stuff for Virtus Pro. They won't be in, I don't believe they can be in tomorrow's MVP match because obviously they're not playing today. And I think it has to be a team that's playing today that they call out. It seemingly has been every single time up to now. We're going to go to a short break. We're going to be heading back over to the Battlegrounds, back over to regular PUBG Mobile gameplay after this. We'll see you in a few minutes. our last Erangel of the day, and our last Erangel for Team Spirit, for IWNRX, for Guild, and for Power of their week, and potentially of the league stage if they're not able to get enough league ranking points. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are once again going over to Erangel. Let's take a look at the overall standings as they sit before match number 4 today. You can see still clear at the top. It's Virtus Pro. IWNRX, though, going to be gaining some momentum here in their final day. 142 points seen right now, and in general, that's going to sit them fairly safe for finishing. I think definitely in the top 4. I think that this could definitely be a second place contender as well, depending on these last 3 matches go.
Yeah, right now, very, very well played to IWNRX right at the top there. Dropping down the tables just a little bit, quite quickly. Looking over towards Na'Vi, 92 points. But they do have a lot more games to play here. One more match, one more day of play for them. 92 points currently. And on the bottom side of things, Brute Force, who've just not been having a good time this week whatsoever.
No, it's been a little bit unfortunate. They're in 17th place right now. They've got 50 eliminations, but only 22 placements. So they haven't really been able to back that up, even though they've got a chicken dinner on their card as well over the course of the last few days of games. So not ideal. I'm also pretty pleased with Guild because they're not in the bottom spot, Blank, going into their final day today. They've had some decent results. They've gotten pretty deep into some games, gotten some chunky eliminations as well. 3 more matches, though, for them to play this week for their chance, and frankly, their last chance to make it to these finals, right? Because at the moment, it's not looking super good for them, having gotten only 1 bonus point per week for the first 2 weeks. They're going to need a whole lot of help to see themselves in those finals.
A massive amount of help. Potentially help from the GT20 Pro, which will allow some of these teams to outplay the rest. Or at least some of them to outplay the rest in our matches today. Heading over from the west side of the map, so a very northern plane actually on this one.
Expect Brute Force back in Severny. I'll be interested to see where Guild go on this one. Not if they're going to go for a long drop to the north side of Sosnovka. I think that would be very, very risky. Potentially could see them drop over towards North George, or even as far as Zaki, maybe around Kameshki. We'll have to wait and see.
Now we will. The moment Na'Vi down towards the south side. I think they possibly might even pick up Primorsk. Honestly, I wouldn't mind that at all from Na'Vi. I think no one else is currently taking it, so why not? Instead of having to go all the way down towards Sosnovka military base on this one. And yeah, you're right. Brute Force heading up to Severny once again.
I mean, yeah, it's just too far to go to Novo. It's late on the side of the plane path. Severny's within dropping distance. It just makes sense. I think you're also spot on with Na'Vi. There's no reason for them not to play that west coast, drop down to Primorsk. It depends where the circle is as to whether or not I think they go all the way to Primorsk, but Blank, the circle isn't going to be here because we've got a rehost. It's not even on that map. Tricked you, you fool.
Yes, indeed. So we'll pull back a little bit and reset. Someone didn't get out the plane quick enough.
Uh-oh. They weren't ready for it. Oh, no. Oh, I wasn't ready. No, come on. Oh, God. Either way. That interesting plane path for the south side of the island not really going to come into effect. The circle did actually pop. I caught it on the map feed, and it was a hard southwest circle. So that Primorsk drop for Virtus Pro... sorry, not Virtus Pro, as the case is, because that's normally their drop spot. But for Na'Vi, could have been actually really excellent. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case this time around. They are denied that opportunity. Looks like Power were having some trouble there. Get something unpacked over on the side of the desk.
Power. Seems to be always a problem on Power side of things. Power is out.
Troublesome.
What's going on, guys? Yes. Unfortunate, but it is what it is for the time being. So you wait to head back in towards our next map of the day. Let's have a look at our RCB stats versus S2G. Very similar. Super similar at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, they are sort of neck and neck. It seems like IWNRX are ahead of both of these two teams right now, especially today. But RCB this week, you can see, have been getting a little bit more done in terms of eliminations, as S2G are pushing up a place extra. But RCB are surviving for longer on average, which means that in general, their placement points, I would assume, are going to be higher, although that seems to not always be the case on those correlations. We've been a little bit mistaken, but definitely RCB at the moment on paper outperforming S2G. But today S2G has had some pretty decent showings.
Yeah, it's not been too bad. Not been too bad at all for S2G. Slowly bringing things back up to speed. You got Fireflux on our screens currently. And Redox, once again, been a bit of a menace.
He's a troublesome man on the desk. He's shuffling in. He's getting his pillow aligned. I'm seeing a map popping up on our map feed, which means there may be a lobby. The question is it real?
Is it reality? Or were we duped once again?
Could be.
We'll have to wait and see, though, for the time being.
Players look locked in. Wait, hang on a minute. No, he's not locked in. Okay, he's just doing pre-lock-in rituals.
Pre-lock-in? I don't have any of those. So.
You don't? You don't have pre-lock-in rituals?
No.
Okay. Well, hopefully all of our players have got theirs out the way, because we are going in for at least the start of this plane path. We'll see if we get to the end of it. The plane path this time is from the northeast side down to the southwest. So again, expect brute force in Severny. Expect this southeast side to be basically devoid of early drop players, but it's kind of, in a way, almost nastier than that last time around as well, because the plane path sits a lot on the north side of that central river.
Yeah, this is an awkward plane path, to say the least. There's a lot of space down towards that southeast side, which is somewhat inaccessible for a few of our squads here. They do all barrel out the plane.
Okay, Heroic going to grab some vehicles. Well, I hope they will, and head on to wherever they decide to go. Circle yet to pop. But Heroic potentially in danger. Or maybe it's Brute Force who are in danger. I think that's Neos who's going out that far towards them. But no, they divert. Not going to be dropping on the same vehicles. Hot drops, maybe. Oh, Guild and Zeus. Okay, up on the observatory. Top of Stalba. Zeus taking a lot of damage early. Guild winning this trade out. This is their last Erangel. Their last chance to do so. Rita trying to cross that door frame, and Guild getting clean wipe. 4 points immediately.
Yeah, we've seen this fight before, and actually it was, I think, Guild who lost it last time. But they managed to hold out on observatory and can look for the big old telescope to a brighter future in this game. Circle out towards that western edge. Not a horrible circle at all. Pretty accessible for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, it's definitely not as dramatic as our first circle that we had on the rehost, so a few teams will be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief. Brute not able to connect with the spray from Hospital to South George over towards Trovo 2030, although there is already a knock sent their way. Black Esports could potentially have their outpost. They keep going for this this wide split on the drop for Black Esports. 2 in Sunken, and then 2, roll a dice and pick a spot sort of vaguely near within 2 kilometers, and you might find a Black Esports player. They are committed to the bit.
Sitting down, sitting back up. Playing a dangerous game with some of these teams. Digby Galaxy get it over towards Pachinki. And here they shall stay for the time being. Now Valo getting some schloot on board.
Weiss on the coastline. Victor razzing out to try and pick him back up. It looks like they'll be allowed to do it. I believe he is already tagged on for the res. The timer just not showing there. Salom knows there's a player on the outside, and Ragnarok is caught in a much worse position for them. Victor short under pressure, but they've got the cover. They've got the time to play with it as well. The circle is on top of them. There's no huge amount of pressure to move in. The difficulty is, of course, you do want to take a priority position. I'm looking at those compounds around Everest, the areas around Gatka, and up towards Ruins. Those are going to be some very, very important positions in this next set of circles. The hills to the southwest of Pachinki as well could be pretty important for the teams on the south.
Yeah, again, for Vibes, the issue is... That's a nice nade, actually, getting it through. The issue for Vibes is that they can't leave, and they'd really like to get away from this position. Good jump out from Yusuf and Marcelo, though. And we're just one player inside the smoke. It's starting to get a little bit more tricky, but a double.
Mozero on the back line as well with the third angle. Taking the shots up to the rock side. That was messy coming through from Trovo, and now they may be paying the price for it. They've already lost one out in the open. The res comes through again onto Weiss. He steps up. A little bit of vengeance in his heart there. You can see it. Now only one player remains for Trovo 2030. Vibes. Is this the second time that they've sort of turned a pretty sticky situation around? I think it might be. Against Trovo 2030.
Yeah, they've done unreal so far. Very well done to them. And Trovo will lose Marcelo, and that will be the end of him. Trovo going down in 15th place. What a shot. Here's the initial engagement between Zeus and Guild once again.
Ooh. Big pickup. The DBS, the DP as well. Okay, yeah, that's kind of understandable as to how that happened. On a hot drop like this, it is just who gets onto the weapons first.
And honestly, it really was just a big struggle there for Zeus to find anything of note in that game. Yeah, Vibes. Very, very nice play. It looked like a really sticky situation, but they managed to pull themselves out of it 1 foot at a time.
Yeah.
Stage 1 starting to close in for our second circle.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a way off for now, but definitely be on the minds. Nobody except for Power is currently taking positions around the foothills of Everest. Ruins, the only teams near there are RCB and Black Esports, but Black Esports still very, very split. Fireflux are now moving over to the compounds just to the north of Pachinki, taking up residence there. I think that's a very powerful position for them. I don't expect them to be leaving anytime soon. S2G. Now they're pushing in from the east side. They're currently around those the dip positions that sit just to the northwest of Shelter. They're going to have to push in a little bit further, but Footballers Chaos, they're going to try and change that track because S2G are right in front of them. They're going to want to slow them down at least, or figure out where they're going and move around them fast.
Well, this guy's had to stop off as S2G gets ahead of them. Over towards Dip, so they at least have a pretty defensible location for when Footballers Chaos or Guild tries to move on through. Brute Force is edging their way around Yaz Lake on that north side. An interesting rotate, actually. I'm curious why they're not going for box and then heading down towards Ruins. I feel like that would have been a smarter choice.
Navigation. Routes being plotted on maps. Every single team making their course, getting the charts up on the corkboard and seeing what they can find here. IWNRX, they think about holding up in the compound, but they want to breach back towards the top of this hill. Get a little bit more presence over the lobby rather than sitting down in the fields on that compound. You can see the oversight now that Frozen has, which is really nice over the northeast side. Guild, they are all the way out to the east side, just on the south edge of Lipovka. All 4 of their players alive, and they've moved down from that Stalborough Observatory. Figuring out where they want to go next. Exo grabbing some more loot on board. Themselves nice and healthy. Team Spirit go up to the top of some hills, south side of Pachinki. Trying to squidge their way in on the southeast side.
Zone 2.
Circle time.
Very soon.
Whoa.
Up towards the northwest. Damn, very hard shift over towards Everest. So, yeah, those compounds underneath Everest, high priority. Here's IWNRX versus Team Spirit. No me. Finding one, but quickly shut down afterwards by the Honey Badger.
Gonna come on through. Kitsune now pushing him out the side of the tree trunk. But no one ready and waiting to catch that peak. Effect instead has the nade. So does Kitsune. Puts it over the top. Zedwolf. This could be big from Zedwolf. Does a lot of damage, but Kitsune catches him on the flight. And Kind now not really in a great position to go for this res, but will try his best nonetheless. Getting up into a high ground. No, he diverts. I think they may just be giving up the second player here. Zedwolf. Very difficult to find. Yeah, Effect gets that flush. Kind, at this point, you do just disengage. Very unfortunate to lose Nomi, though. It's, again, not the greatest of weeks for him. Especially in his bid for 100 eliminations. I don't think he's even crossed that metric yet.
No, not yet. I think he's still got a couple more eliminations to go. I don't exactly know how many, but...
Oh, I think that might have been his 100th elimination, actually. He was on 99, I think, before this match.
Oh, okay, well done.
There we go.
Hats off.
And then immediately he's like, right, well, I'm done. See you guys.
Yeah, he's finished. Completed it.
100? Yeah, completed it, mate.
It's done.
Oh, yeah.
Na'Vi down towards that southwest side. Again, like we talked about this earlier, them heading down towards Primorsk. And this actually does give them more opportunity to heading towards the circle. Especially over towards that southwest side. There is compounds to play around here. They're not ideal in terms of hoping for a shift. But again, we're assuming that the circle goes central. That's not always the case. As long as you're inside it and not tucked in over the edge, you have a good potential at getting one of these circles. Just finding a location. You can see Na'Vi right now. You can't see him on the screen, but they are going for a wide split, trying to take up as many good positions as possible, just in case the circle goes their way.
IWNRX with 2 after being cut down to size by Team Spirit. Southwest side, but Team Spirit trying to go for a little bit of a longer lap around and may fall at the feet of Na'Vi here, but they're holding back for the time being. Everett's definitely the focal point of this circle. Heroic have the top of it, RCB have the east side of it, Power in the compound down to the southwest, and Na'Vi with a long line split out on that west side. You know, 1-2-1. You can see they have a lot of sight lines to control those open field rotates. Moving over to Axe's position, probably going to be fine. We had a hard northwest shift blank. Why not have a hard southeast shift? This is great news for IWNRX, actually. With 2 players, they can actually get something done here. But it's going to be difficult to select their position that they want to try and take. Guild can push in from the south, and that is also very good news for them.
Yeah, proper ping pong of a circle on this one. Team Spirit, slightly slow on this. As soon as they see the circle shift, and they're coming from that side of the map as well. There's a bit of a frustrating one. They do need to quickly get into position. They have to come off the high ground, which makes the rotate a little bit more tricky. And they're flying through open ground. There is a couple of compounds they could absolutely take, but it really does require a bit of speed from them now.
Bit of momentum. Let's have it. Brute force over on that north shore still. S2G were close by, but they disengage. They go over the central island. In stage 3, the zone is survivable, and that's what S2G are banking on. Interesting decision for Kelsey there, and for Hamzy. Ah, they spotted a different vehicle. Maybe not. Not too sure what Hamzy's going for there.
Having a peek at what's going on. Yeah, RCB very fast, honestly. Very impressive rotate from RCB. Get down towards from that north side to this position. They were very much on the money. Fireflux over towards the eastern edge, alongside with Enigma Galaxy, who did not have that tough of a rotation coming through from Pachinki.
No. I mean, now we're into the GAC compound standoff, right? Teams have managed to get in. Actually, not too many teams are fighting over compounds. Everyone seems to have just selected a different one and is content to just stay there. And in general, what you'll see is maybe a knock, maybe sent to various different teams, but very rare that you see actually a full crash. So even though Team Spirit have taken a knock, if Power roll out and go up for it, everybody else in the other compounds around them immediately takes shots out towards Power. So there's nothing really to be gained other than damaging health bars, damaging players on the outside as well, eating into medical supplies for taking these knocks.
Yeah, cutting out helmets and stuff like that is pretty important, but not until very much late in the game. There's something that from your spot you at least know. The team around you, you've been able to take a couple of pot shots towards them, get a few knocks, then you can start to assume that they might be weak, and it will come back into play. Stage 6, stage 7, and some of those crashes might start to happen. Well, everyone's pretty comfortable with their spots. Heroic kind of get dealt the worst hand. After playing up towards the top of Everest, they had such a convenient spot, which has suddenly become quite uncomfortable now.
Power in. Gatka main. 4 players slap bang in the center of the circle. Na'Vi have to fend off with Kine, but here's the last player to stand for IWNRX and will go down. Fault gets the spray. Na'Vi stay alive on all 4, and they're on the west side. Again, very solid position here. I'm looking at Guild, I'm looking at Footballers Chaos on the southeast side. Team Spirit will have to hold them out. RCB going to have to face it off against this approach from Fireflux and from Nigma Galaxy, but the crossfire, this is what I was talking about. You try and make a move like that. Fireflux just taking so much damage and have to fall off into one of the chopsticks, the westernmost one. And RCB, they're already in here, and they don't want neighbors. They're taking shots down the drain. Keep it under control. Nigma Galaxy could potentially move into the north side of that bunker and try and third party this, but then they're in danger from teams up on the north, like Heroic, like Black Esports as well.
Fireflux going to struggle to get out from here, honestly. And with it being directly on the southeast, it's more of an awkward circle than they might like to admit. Footballers Chaos going to move through the field. That is a dangerous rotate for them. We'll see how well it pans out for them.
Brute Force using their player out on the left side. Mazzara trying to track it, but he stops at the hay bale. Furia keeping the nades pouring in to suppress the angle for Vibes. Unlikely that they break out this way. It's a little bit too bold, but the res onto Niels does manage to, well, certainly start, and I think it's going to complete as well. Don't quite have the angles for Vibes to take this one down. They've left Prepod all the way up towards Heroic, and again, that's pretty dangerous stuff. You're messing with fire there, because Walsh is still alive.
Yeah, and he is a dangerous fellow. The John Wick of the lobby, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
8 nades here for Fury. I'm going to send some of them over towards Vibes. I think that for Brute Force, they'd love this compound to take for their own. Very defensive position.
A lot of damage over towards S2G. They just get pulled apart. Okay, RCB managed to land a nade. I think they tried to rock up onto the position north of RCB's bunker, that ridgeline that oversees it. And they just took shots and nades from RCB and from Nigma Galaxy on the compound to the east side. So S2G couldn't find their way in. Difficult to navigate.
Yeah, really, you can hide behind the tractor or the hay bale. Those are your 2 options. So it's fairly easy to line up the nades there. And if you're getting naded out by RCB and Nigma Galaxy at the same time, it's not many 2 places that you can stand. That's 8 arms. Lots of nades at you.
Na'Vi, Footballers Chaos on the roll-up here. Flip still in action. Lemon with a little bit more to say. Falconist trying to connect, but it's just not going to work out. And that is brilliant for Na'Vi to stay up on 3 players. They need to get Axa back up, and they're on a fairly central and important compound here, given that Power has almost all of the strength in this one. You can see Al-Haji, I mean, you drop those smokes. That's really important for keeping this rooftop, because you know you're going to be under threat from so many angles. And Brute Force counting their lucky stars right now about their compound getting sent into this circle.
Honestly, I feel really bad for Footballers Chaos, because they made a hell of a rotate, which felt is so dangerous, and yet they find themselves in a compound. And then suddenly Na'Vi's there, completely wiping out your whole team. Not the situation you'd like to be in. Team Spirit Guild, RCB, Enigma Galaxy, Black Esports, and Heroic all need to shift inwards. Right now, Team Spirit is the closest on that southeast side, with Heroic a little bit further in than Black Esports, but very visible to a lot of squads as they come off this hillside.
I think for Team Spirit right now, the name of the game is try and take as much out of the teams trying to move ahead of you as possible, and that's exactly what Effect's going to do. Guild trying to move around on a flank. They're going to deny that. You deny entry to all of these teams on the south, on the east of you, because you know that your next move is almost certainly a death sentence if you try and make it early. You have the closest position to the blue on this angle. You have the time to play with. Force the other teams to make that fight go for them, and then you take off what you can. You try and peel off those eliminations from the top. Black Esports make the mad crash on towards Gatka, and it seems, I mean, maybe more successful than you'd expect. They've lost Lewis to a knock already, sure, but they are in the corner. Power need to respond now.
Yeah, they absolutely take shots out towards them and nades. And I think the fact of the matter is that Black Esports up to 3 players is a dangerous thing to have going on in your location. 5 looks all molly themselves.
Yeah, they were out in the blue. I think they knew they were kind of done for, so maybe they just decided to get rid of the points. Though you think, just heal out of the blue. Maybe try and find that. Team Spirit going for a wide swing on the south side. They're trying to flow in behind Guild, maybe towards Na'Vi. RCB won the fight with Enigma Galaxy, trying to crash into the top of the chopstick, but now RCB are going to have to find their heads up and over. Power sending shots out their way, but is that too much attention taken away from Black Esports? Brute Force, meanwhile, on the northwestern side with Vibes beneath them, going to be trying to push all the way down. You can see the buildings currently held by Vibes, and they do not want to let Brute Force anywhere near them.
RCB now make their run in over towards Black Esports, banning Kakali on the outside, and similarly Team Spirit making their run over towards Na'Vi's compound. It's all popping off here, John.
Ooh, more damage to pour on through. RCB on 3 players alive, and Power are pretty happy that the Black Esports are gone. But on the flip side, now you got RCB to deal with. Team Spirit, they crash into Na'Vi as well over on that south edge. Guild not able to pick up the momentum to be able to do so. A nade into Gatka now as we're back in with this fight. RCB challenging. Power giving as good as they get. One knock sent either way, but Power have the numbers advantage. A step in for Easy, but it's not so easy for him as the auto shotty rings out through the hallway. Will find what they're looking for. RCB on 3 players alive. Loxy wants a little bit more. Sard on the backlines, trying to fend off for Power now. The last to stand in the middle of Gatka as Team Spirit get the shift to the south.
Team Spirit very happy with this one. They finally finish off the last members of Na'Vi. Now the whole of the circle to work with, and honestly this circle has just been dominated by crashes, and it's the only thing you could do. Such open ground, there's a few compounds available, you just got to see what you can get done here. Nade's coming out from the final 2 players here from Brute Force, trying to keep themselves alive in this one with Vibes outside. Their backline member in pre-pod did get taken out, so it is just this front line from Brute Force still going.
RCB winning out Gatka. A great accolade for them. 13 eliminations found. Vibes are just picking off Brute Force one by one now. They got themselves out a couple of sticky situations today, and this might still yet be the stickiest from this northwest side. It is going to be a crash, but the question is, who goes for it first?
Good nade over towards EXO. No, he's the last remaining. Kitsune is happy to invest another nade here to finish him off. Ooh, not quite getting it done, and that will expend another nade.
EXO breaking out wide from his cover as well. They know he's out there. Such a nuisance to them. With only 2 nades left, this is really precious to be able to find those, and Kitsune goes down out in the open field. EXO proving to be a real nightmare for them. Another nade on top does a little bit of damage. This is the last nade in his arsenal for EXO. Needs to try and find it. Needs to try and find the knock. Flush. Doesn't quite get it done. The Molotov there. Kitsune crawls back. EXO still up against it. But he's got teeth.
Yeah, he has caused so many problems for Team Spirit. They expended a huge amount of resources just for one guy.
They got one guide.
Yeah. 5 nades on Matic, which is the important thing for them. Shots coming from behind now. And they just can't focus too much over towards EXO anymore. Everyone has a chance on this.
Oh, come on, Kitsune.
Oh,
he's
back at it
found
again.
another nade. I've got more. You think I was done? Wrong. You silly Billy. And they don't even know where he is. Ooh, that's embarrassing for them.
They have no clue.
It's like trying to catch smoke. Trying to catch smoke with your bare hands. Exo the ethereal.
They're sending another. Don't send any more nades, please.
Leaving nothing but ectoplasm. He's a ghost.
They're so confident he's there.
Oh, he's so there, guys. This next one, surely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%. I've seen him. I've seen him. I know 100% where he is, guys. He's either behind that bale or behind the vehicle. They're too preoccupied, though. An RCB, catch a flank. Ooh, that's nasty.
This is a real head in hands moment.
Crash
Not
onto
gonna
Team
lie to
Spirit.
you.
Where? There it is. They found him. It's Vibes. Vibes spotted him. Vibes are the ones to get killed out. Goodness me.
The fact is, Vibes is so dumb. So dumb. But, okay. There it is.
Right. So, now that Team Spirit have had that situation handled for them, they had to outsource that to Vibes. Who goes first? RCB? Vibes. One of you dies. Oh ho ho. I want Vibes to win this.
Everyone needs to crash Team Spirit. And Team Spirit already used every single one of their nades.
The best situation.
Matic was the only sensible one.
He's like, guys, what are you doing? Come on. This is interesting from Wild. Team Spirit
It's
being,
so hard for Team Spirit to peak, John.
they're just being pushed back off those rooftops, but as soon as the teams have to leave, then they can start to get a little bit froggy. Popping out of cover.
It's an okay nade there from Mozero.
The high ground's getting pushed in now by the blue zone. RCB have made ground, but Victor wants to smoke him out. A long-range Molotov. Ooh, that was pretty clean. Not quite on target, though, unfortunately.
It was close.
Yeah.
It was very close.
0 cigars, though. Not going to work. What a transition from RCB.
Well,
I mean... Oh, dear. Oh, that's... Oh, it's nasty. Oh, blank, no. Make it stop, please. RCB. They don't deserve this. Neither do Vibes. There's brutality out in the open fields to the east of Gatka. And it is Vibes trying to keep their heads down. RCB with their heads underground. Trying to dodge this hail of bullets, hail of grenades as well, that are finding themselves sent over to both of these teams' directions. They are fighting for second right now. Tooth and nail.
yeah, I do enjoy how Team Spirit went from having absolutely no eliminations to suddenly 9.
That's just, you know, just how it is. It's pretty good.
Made back across, doesn't do any damage. They are playing around this car very well. Matic, non-bullets remaining. Annoyingly, the circle goes far up towards that north side, which actually keeps both of these teams in.
Oh, Matic wants some nades in now. I'm not sure about this from Matic. I mean, sure. Is this Kitsune? No, Kitsune is breaking out in front. I mean, sure, maybe you can connect a nade, but
Wow.
you get spotted out in the open field, and all of a sudden, the dynamic of this lobby changes, right? At the moment, it's Team Spirit with the high ground, with the rooftops. They can just stop all of this, but if RCB take a moment, take a beat, and think, actually, Kitsune's exposed? Maybe we take a shot out there. And they lose a little bit of power.
I respect that Matic moves forward, though, up towards that loot crate. It's a precious off angle. You know where the two teams are. There's no chance he's getting shot from behind. So he just has to take... He peeks off his teammates. That's the main thing.
Yeah, he can't beat first beat.
There we go.
Wild found. I mean, the blue zone's just pushing them out of cover now. It's a question of who has to expose first. Bouncing off the short on
These
the rock.
rocks have been so annoying.
I mean, it's a really nasty rock formation. Very difficult to land those nades in and around. There's some decent cover, but it's going to be evacuated in about 2 seconds as Loxy crunches himself like a salamander against the rock. No way. Is he in this? Is he going to take damage from this? No.
Oh, he's in. He's in.
He's only got 10 seconds, though. The zone closes now. He's dropping everything. It's crawling time.
I can see Loxy taking a 1v2. Not anymore.
Never. That zone moving in so quickly. It's only 10 seconds between the close on Zone 8 as the start of the shrink of Zone 9. Can you see Vibes winning this?
No.
I can. I have faith.
I do
Because
not
Team Spirit,
envision it.
so far, at least once, have been made to look like clowns this match.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally just this tiny slope that's keeping Vibes in right now. AUG available for Mr. Effect. A nade thrown out. Cheeky.
Oh, Matic. There's the spray onto Weiss. Ooh, answered. Actually, Effect steps back into the blue zone. Danger. Bizarra gets the first. His teammate down, though, and out in the open with a P90. Kitsune's not going to let that one slip away from them. They spot this snake in the grass this time around. And Team Spirit racking up a very healthy elimination tally in the final moments there. Find the final Erangel for their week for the league stage. And they find themselves with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, for the boys on Team Spirit there, it's a good match, good crash as well, and it was a little slow from them, but they played it kind of neatly, and they were patient where they needed to be. But for RCB, that was probably one of the best crashes I've seen in a long time over towards Gatka, taking down not only Black Esports, but also Power. So a 4v7, effectively, they won in Gatka.
It was really quite hectic. Everyone with heavy focus over towards that Gatka position. Team Spirit pushing in from this angle over towards IWNRX. Nomi going down there. I mean, sure, they were able to close it down. It would have been a lot safer with Nomi in the mix. And once more, he's just kind of falling short of the performance that we know he's capable of right now, which is a bit unfortunate. And I think it's playing a lot into how Team Spirit is appearing on these tables.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, honestly, for Team Spirit at the moment, there is upticks here and there. And there are enough upticks that keeps them located towards the top side of the lock consistently. Which is nice.
Yeah. Definitely. 11 eliminations for Team Spirit, and they did do their part from their compound. Obviously, they got their shifts over towards them in the end, but they were able to do 2,200 damage. Very respectable. 11 eliminations. Great stuff coming through. But it's RCB to stay in late again to a match, and so that's also a great resurgence for them.
Yeah, let's take a look at the match rankings. Who is able to soak up the most points there? 21 for Team Spirit, Vibes with 19, and RCB with the 18 with the 13 eliminations they were picked up. Vibes picked up 13 as well, so you can't really fault them either. But yeah, very, very nice game for Vibes, Regnum Kaya, and Team Spirit. All victors of their respective crash locations, funnily enough. And they'd all been through the ringer.
They really had, especially with Guild doing so much work against Team Spirit with their one player, draining all of their resources, seemingly. And Guild getting 8 points this match, again, able to keep ascending up these tables on their final day. They have done pretty well, and I think that last match, obviously, they had the hot drop, which got them all of their elimination points, but getting in late on such an open circle, not easy. But Loxy, clean sweep on the damage meters here. 7 eliminations, 912, 3 nades.
Yeah, easy peasy. Very well done to Loxy. He has been seeing a lot of time to shine here on our match reports. But let's take a look at the top damage for the players, from the teams here, sorry. Vibes, 2,000 damage. Team Spirit, 2,000 damage, as well as RCP on 2,000 damage. So pretty much just clean fights where and when they needed to take them.
Yeah, it was Power who held Gatka for the longest time, and then that double crash onto that position, which RCB ended out winning in a 3-way engagement. played very well. They got those 13 eliminations, so very happy to see that. Vibes also unsticking themselves repeatedly, making sure that it all worked for them. Able to get a lot of points on board, but none more successful in that match than Team Spirit. It's good to see them back in the chicken dinner spot, even if sometimes they've got a little red nose and a brightly coloured wig. We'll see you guys after the break. we are heading over to match number 5, and it is going to be Mirror Marvelous, I'm sure. We'll have to see who's going to be able to take home that top spot, because again, we are on a countdown for 4 of our teams. IWNRX, Power, Team Spirit, and Guild, all with their last opportunity to score points for week 3 and in the league stage as well. 2 more matches for them left to play, and we're going to be getting underway with the first very, very shortly.
Yeah, playing over on Miramar now. I'm excited to see this one. Obviously, Virtus Pro not playing, so maybe someone else will get to win the game here instead. As you can see right now, currently they're leading by a large margin with all the Puerto Paraíso finishes we have seen recently. Someone else might be able to pick up that position today. And maybe benefit from it well, but honestly, it's likely going to be a heavy northwest shift. That's what I'm imagining in these games. 77 also second place, but not playing. So this is what I mean by Miramar being a big opportunity for a fair few of these teams.
Yeah, with a double billing as well for it, it's going to be a nice chance for them to rack up the points, divvying out the water, staying hydrated for S2G. Get your headphones on. Come on. I don't want to hang around for you. You get in the plane or you're not coming with us. Come on, let's go. Chop, chop.
It's not loud. Get in there right now. Yeah, players look like they are getting ready, geared up to go. 2 more matches left today. Like you said, only 2 more matches for some of our teams to keep putting up points, including IWNRX on our screens over there. 2 good games today, but kind of missed out on a little bit more over on one of their angles versus RCB, getting 1v3'd by Wild.
It's not fun. It's not fun when that happens. It's disappointing. It's a morale hit. Real bash to the ego. Plane path. Heading over Impala up to La Cobraria. You said you wanted to see a northwest shift. You think of Ruins? Maybe go up to the north side? Go Oasis?
You know, it could be anywhere really. I'm thinking Trailer Park.
Oh, Trailer Park. Okay.
I think Trailer Park could be a fun one. IWNRX currently at the top spot in second place. RCB not far behind them with more games to play though. But that was a very important match for Team Spirit to maintain some of their scoring, considering this is their last day.
130 points now earned for them, which is a lot more respectable than where they were sitting before. They have had a little bit of a climb today so far. Looking back in previous weeks, 130 points would sit you in around sort of 5th place. Actually a little bit lower than that, actually. More like 6th or 7th for a lot of these weeks. So they are going to be trying to squeeze a little bit more juice out of this lobby in their final 2 matches. If they can get up to 160, that would be ideal, but that requires 2 15-point games, and that's very difficult to achieve at the best of times. Enigma Galaxy, Guild, potential for them to come into contact around Puerto Paraíso, especially given that Heroic is up in Impala. And did you think it would go anywhere else, Blank? No, we're going back down southeast.
Yeah, back down to Puerto Paraíso as usual. And a lot of teams actually trying to take position down there, including Enigma Galaxy, Guild, and Heroic, all feeling how fantastic that area of the map is.
Very nice. Very nice. Trovo 2030 at the moment just on the northeast point of Los Leones. Maybe looking to move down into the city, but Power, I think, have grabbed a couple of those vehicles. Well, certainly one of the vehicles. They're all loaded up into the bus. And then we'll be figuring out where to go, because, I mean, this circle kind of gives you pause for thought, because going into Los Leones, it's not unlikely that teams start to move in around you, and you're trapped in there. However, Los Leones also could, very realistically, again, be one of our finishes. I think we've had like 3 Los Leones finishes over the course of this tournament so far.
Yeah, we've had a few. It's been a little bit amusing watching it, actually, so far, as it has flowed through. Right now, Trovo on our screens. Not worried too much about what they're doing currently. Got Team Spirit making a very early rotate. I'm not sure if it's a rotate far down towards Chumacera. I think it is. Just grabbing vehicles to make that one happen. Navi have to worry once again about brute force jump.
Yeah, it's no fun, is it? Worrying about brute force. I mean, even though brute force further down on the tables by quite a margin, they are still pretty fearsome when backed into a corner or when you come across them in the open deserts, in the plains. They'll run you down. No mercy for brute force. They are willing to get stuck in any which way. Circle just about to start closing in 15 seconds or so, and teams will start to make their moves on in. Nothing really super aggressive happening right now. Power and Trovo 2030, they're sharing Los Leones. Team Spirit did actually go all the way over to Chumacera. And on the northern side, I feel like on board with Footballers Chaos is maybe when we might see the next bout of conflict as they move down towards either IWNRX or Black Esports. However, it could be Zeus, Vibes, and S2G also clashing on the northwest side.
Yeah, I think that's likely to happen here. RCB starting in Picardo, no Falcons to contest them. They've been a lot more free to do what they want today, John. And I think RCB typically rotates in a few of our maps alongside with Virtus Pro, so that does make their lives a little bit more difficult.
Just a touch.
Yeah, Fireflux heading down towards the central arena around La Bandita.
Again, everyone staying at distance. I think the most important matches in these next two matches are definitely for Guild, because it is their race to see how high up the tables they can get, and therefore how many league ranking points they're going to be able to earn to try and jump up on these tables. So this is their last opportunity. If they don't do really well here, they don't make it to finals.
Which is sad. And I mean, right now 11th place isn't horrible, but it's not great either. And it always is this case where you get that last week and you suddenly have that panic rising. You realize, oh, we need to do something crazy to ensure we get into towards that top 16.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, so Guild right now are on 2 league ranking points, right? You got Footballist Chaos ahead of them on 6, and then Vibes on 7, Black Esports on 9. Now, those 3 teams are in 18, 19, 20 right now, which is good news for Guild, right? They are going to be happy about that. The question is, how many more points can they earn? Because right now, the bubble sits at 11 league ranking points, and it's likely to push up to maybe around 15. So Guild would need to finish probably 7th place or higher in this week in order to be in with a hope of claiming a spot here. Because the team that's in 16th right now is Falcons. And they've been doing a lot better this week.
Yeah, and that is the trouble, isn't it, really? The Falcons stood up so tall recently. So I think for Guild, it's maybe too little too late type of deal here. Unfortunately for them. Our screen's Heroic, looking over towards IWNRX at the moment. Walsh scouting this position.
Teams have started really quite fervently to condense to the middle now. North side of Los Leones, around that La Bandita crater. It's a very difficult area, but the teams are very practiced on it now. We've been here more often than not, it seems. That ditch that sits in the middle of the zone that between Picardo, Los Leones, and La Bandita isolates a lot of this ground. You can sit in the middle of it in the compound that sits in the dip, but you're going to be looked at by so many different teams. Same story for the La Bandita crater, so difficult zones to try and navigate through, but they'll try their best. Every single team trying to find what they can.
Close now to our second zone. Less of a hard shift down towards that southeast side, though, so there is a bit more of the circle to play around with, as opposed to everyone trying to crunch in towards Impala. But it is an awkward center of the circle with La Bandita being involved here.
RV with Zeus. Footballers Chaos at the back as well. Lemon taking a lot of shots from Maniac, but not really going to eat too many of them. Rita, though, that's another story. They will land, and looking for that flush as well. Eren able to pick that one up. So Zeus opening the door against Na'Vi to move south, but Footballers Chaos still behind them and will be looking to put pressure onto this fight from the north side. A three-way engagement. The circle shifts up to the northeast side, so a little bit closer to this fight, but Flip looking for an answer. Back out over towards Zeus. Not going to connect on the spray downs. They make it to the building. They make it to cover, but they're still in the blue.
Yeah, it's awkward because they've got to keep on going. A lot of teams here. Na'Vi already losing Lemon is not ideal. And the circle does shift over towards Minas Generalis, Sean. IWNRX quite central on this.
Have lost a player, though.
Yeah, just the one.
Playing as 3. Just the one player, actually, yeah.
She's an ideal. Oh, Rita finds Na'Vi.
Footballers Chaos just really have not wanted to get involved in this. They're back to their cowardly ways, Blank. Timid and trepidatious.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back? You weren't here? Where did you go?
At a battery situation.
Ah, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, those replaced. Guild moving in from the southeast side. Trying to recharge their battery after their late game last game. Exo. The survivor, the thorn in the side of Team Spirit. Could have been a lead weight, but fortunately, vibes are there to remove that danger from their off angle. This time around, they have 4 players alive, and Trover 2030 can't land the shots. Monster Truck tires making them bounce off, pinging left and right.
Oh, horrible rotate a lot of these teams have had from that northern side. Getting so caught up in it. Hard to see currently where some of our teams are because they're so clumped up towards the center. Around Labendita. Quite a lot of open space over towards the eastern side of the map, and you see why a lot of teams are avoiding that area currently.
A lot of fields, a lot of open ground. It's sort of a last ditch kind of area. The ground to the west of Impala, I mean, we've seen a lot of fights going out to this area. It's very, very treacherous. No one inside the Labendita crater right now, Blank. No one's opted to go for that send into the middle. I'm expecting at least one of the teams over by Los Leones to maybe make that rotation and try and crash straight into that compound in the middle.
Yeah, it's certainly an option there for you. A last ditch one, but sometimes those are ones you got to go for. You got brute force over towards that northwest side. They are just looking for anything at this point. So far, it's felt very bad for them. And the shift up towards this way gives them potential chance in this game.
Over to Minas Generalis with La Bandita on the south side. Now you will definitely see at least one team going into the crater. The question is who, and the question is when. RCB may be actually looking to get ahead of that completely, and no, they're just skirting the inside. Okay, they're holding that crater line. Trying to move on forwards. Trovo 2030, they're moving parallel to power. Sard pops out to maybe look for a shot. Enigma Galaxy sending in one by one on the east side. Black Esports and IWNRX going to stop them very, very soon, I'm sure. Enigma Galaxy may just crash into the eastern point, but yeah, RCB taking shots out their way as well. It's actually RCB playing the lip of this crater, playing it quite nicely.
Yeah, for RCB, it's not bad. We're getting a lot of value off the back of this one, but it is Trover they need to go up against next. Wild gets a heavy hit over towards Trover. Marcelo, just 2 players here for them.
Playing still on the flatter side of this crater. And immediately RCB just have a great answer to Trovo's roll-up. They hear this vehicle, they have the response.
That's nice.
Ragnarok's out now. Not going to get res, I don't think, as Silas steps up and goes for that spray down. What are teams around them going to be doing, though, with this time? Marcelo is pushed back, pushed away. RCB have the cover from him, so he can't really go for an immediate refrag, an immediate repush. Power on the south side of the crater could maybe be an issue, though, for RCB. But beyond that lip, you've got a lot of teams making moves as well. IWNRX finding the rats creeping around from Footballers Chaos, trying to move on in on the north.
And they take him out nice and easy. Interesting game so far. Definitely dictated by the circle more than anything. They do head up further and further towards Minas Generalis, which is slightly on the low ground. So teams typically don't want to confirm over towards it too early, play around some of the high grounds that sit on the outer edges for making that send later if the circle shifts that way.
Yeah, we've still got over 30 seconds left for this circle to find its next location. Brute Force from the northwest side, sat overlooking the graveyard, the mausoleum, potentially the terminus for Vibes. But they're going to want to outlive this position and move further in. Right on the edge of the circle, it's going to be tricky. They have had a knock sent to their backlines. But if there's a team that can get out of these sticky spots, well, it's Vibes. They have certainly proved their tenacity when it comes to these games. Circle going to close. About 10 seconds left now before we find out where we're going.
Ooh, it's really not that drastic, to be honest with you. Just down towards the south side.
Team Spirit is the big cutout here, right? Of the teams on that south edge, it is Team Spirit who will need to make a move. And immediately they're looking to try and put pressure onto Guild, it seems, to take control of the compound that they have down the hill. North side is going to have to settle itself as well. Brute Force, Vibes, Zeus, all going to have to move in to the north side of Minas Generalis.
I mean, for Team Spirit, this is very much a let me in moment. Please. Oh, yeah. Shots already been taken their way as Nomi gets spotted out, who's not been had the greatest of week 3s so far.
No. He's oft been a standout player for Team Spirit. But the others have had to step up around him, and that, I mean, that's what you've got a team for, right? What is it? What's a team without teammates?
Yeah, exactly. Team Spirit. Looking to send over to be honest with you, the southwest side of Labadita East 3. In comes the crash from Footballers Chaos, or it was Enigma Galaxies on the eastern side. Weird compound to fight over, but I guess they've got really nowhere else to be.
Yeah, Footballers Chaos either crash into IWNRX or into Enigma Galaxy. And at the moment, the choice seems to be Enigma Galaxy, but there really wasn't a correct choice. It's just Falconist remaining, and Enigma Galaxy able to do a lot to hold that off. They will win out the challenge. And Footballers Chaos, our first team to fall. Over on the east side of the circle, Enigma Galaxy will hold. They will play on as 3. They are in this next zone, but they're going to have to move slap bang on the edge. As everybody else now starting to crunch in. Vibes are actually swinging all the way down on the west side. Look at this, to the north point of Team Spirit's hold. This is nasty. Nomi's already up to the lip of the crater, not really in a position to regroup.
No, and I mean, well, Victor needs to get over this lip first.
Oh, he's over, but it's too late. They're gone.
Yeah, Team Spirit's already out of that. That was a crucial stall on the vehicle.
Trying to move through this small valley, but they know the open ground sits ahead. Vibes up to the ridgeline. Guild will give them a challenge, and shots from across the way from Fireflux, and maybe even the outpost of Brute Force is going to make this tough for Vibes to be able to get away with this. Shots from S2G as well. Oh dear, they are really caught up between a rock and a hard place now. Last player to stand, and nade goes up high. That might spell the doom, but way too long on the cook. Bizarro really just trying to stay alive, but the hail of bullets, that's going to put them to sleep. That's the end of Vibes for now.
Yeah, that was an incredible salvo sent over towards Vibes. They just couldn't quite withstand.
No one could, I think.
No, I think a lot of teams would struggle in that situation. Brute Force, though. Bit of a split going on, looking down towards Fireflux. Looks dropping smokes. Cover the cross.
Blue zone still just putting pressure on the south side of this crater. RCB, their position very, very strong. Very difficult to access it from the south side. It's all contingent on getting picks at distance and then crashing fast, or waiting for someone else to take the fight with them and then moving in. So all of these teams on the south side are going to struggle around this. It is rough going for them. The compounds that exist just aren't in the circle right now. And it's only up towards Minas Generalis that's really safety away from RCB's position.
It's kind of horrible with the way Labandita cuts into this, honestly. Team Spirit finding a shot over towards Guild. That's kind of the go signal for you. You've cut them down a player. They likely have to back it up a bit if they want to get that res, in which case Team Spirit can move further over towards Labandita. There is a player here.
Oh, no. Oh, they spotted him. Okay. Oh, that is a crucial spot. I was so worried that they were going to lose at least one player here, and they still could because Marcelo has the DBS, the full rock up. You know they don't want to let this get out of hand, but 1 and 2 fall. The second not going to connect, but can there be a third party? Guild could move in now, and Team Spirit could still be losing it all here off that one player in the building, but there's an answer. It's RCB over the heads of Team Spirit to keep them alive.
RCB helping out in this situation. In comes Jakey and Exo, looking to send shots down that way. I think they're worried about the off angle here now. The move out. Team Spirit's kind of saved by the bell.
Down Guild go. 2 players forwards, 2 left to come in, and they are going to go for that crash as well, but RCB continue to rain a storm of hellfire upon anyone who's trying to get into this crater. Guild up and into it. 2 teams now taking residency inside. Actually, Power as well, so 3 teams. Team Spirit, they're starting to scout out already. They are forward thinking on this rotation.
And they need to. This is one of the more difficult rotations they have to take.
Oh, Kitsune, what are you doing? He's all the way up north.
Yeah, again, they have to get up there. They need to scout something out. He sees that it's dangerous, though. He's hurting.
Mm-hmm. Guild, I mean, they're lucky to be alive, Guild. They are 4 players on the south side of the Labandita crater. RV with 2, with Zeus out to their west with 4. IWNRX out to their east with 3. S2G, they're on the other side of the crater, not on the inside. Therefore, the outside.
Correct.
Next circle. Will it go north? Will it go south? Will it sit in the middle? Pompous as anything, catching no one and doing nobody any favors.
It's typically how the circle goes, though, isn't it, really?
Ugh. The circle demands a sacrifice.
That's a weird one. It's a very, very weird one. S2G is going to have to either crash up towards Brute Force or send into Labandita. A lot of teams take a sanctuary in this location, but usually only 1 or 2 emerge.
Zeus navigating slowly through the urban environment. Guild with 4 still as they descended under the watchful eyes of RCB. A big nade from Matic to find Exo. Jakey trying to break out a little bit higher, is spotted, will be covered off with these nades as they continue to fly on forwards. Exo crawled on the inside. They do still have a little bit of cover there. The nades from Matic not quite going to connect. Oh, I take that back. Goodness me. What a re-knock coming on through. Team Spirit want to push through. Power as well. Going to look to go forwards. Another nade in. And 0 goes down. The 2 players on the back lines for Guild getting pushed back now by Team Spirit. Power could maybe be able to find a crossfire here, so Effect needs to be careful. Team Spirit can't get too bold with this. Maybe they're unaware that Power are here, but Guild, heck, being torn apart by Power as well. And now that position's given away. Team Spirit know they don't need to handle this. They just need to get ahead of it and contain it.
Yeah, again, they've gotten rid of their biggest target now, which is great news. Power moves up, 2 players. Naomi upstairs, hiding. Here's a player underneath, that's important.
S2G and Brute Force in the meantime on the northwest side of the Labadita crater. Currently S2G winning the scrap, but 2 players are down. Brute Force, they do have a dog in the fight, but Neil's not long for it. Will get flushed away. Back into this fight with Team Spirit though. They're keeping power and guild, or what remains thereof, in that gladiatorial pit. Against their will. They don't have a choice. GG, not GG, won't make it. And now Power as 2 can turn their attention to trying to break through this Team Spirit line.
Instantly there's shots. Nomi's kind of the big deal here.
Oh,
and he
huge.
provides such amazing information on the nade.
Beautiful stuff. Sard, the last to go. In for the fight. Nomi stands up with a nade in hand. Kitsune putting pressure on. The nade topples over the wall, does a little bit of damage, and they'll know where he is. Nomi has another. The burn is there, but it's not going to be needed. The shutdown comes through. Kitsune with the UMP. 4 players alive for Team Spirit. A nade downhill as Heroic taking a lot of damage here, but Loxy sent to his knees, and another over the top to the back lines. A beautiful pickup. Kitsune is spotted on the crater as well. He is a backline right now for Team Spirit, so they're going to have to navigate all the way back through RCB's hold on the ridgeline.
Yeah, it's a huge pick by Wild, honestly. Because they went down 1 player, and the fact that Wild instantaneously takes that shot over towards Team Spirit really slows them down. Gives RCB time to get all their players back up. Likely a fight between RCB and Team Spirit in the near future. And I would say that RCB currently have the better position to do it from.
It is tricky though, because now RCB's crater starts to run a little bit dry. You've also got the ridge lines that Team Spirit can start to play up towards once S2G are either forced to go around a little bit further north or move in. Team Spirit's position there is going to be a lot more tenuous. And I think difficult to play on the ridge lines. They can move up with cover against RCB, but I think they have to go over towards S2G now. I think that fight on the west side is a little bit more likely than them crashing all the way over the open ground to RCB.
Yeah, they sort of have to force this fight with S2G because they can't afford to be playing on the ridge side because RCB will have those sightlines towards them. You can see they are really dry on so much. As is S2G though.
Nade up high to maybe open things up. A spray. Nomi drawing the shots out. He's first in. RCB will be looking out this direction. Matic trying to move on through as well.
Oh,
S2G having a fight from the north as well. Crash in on their northern flank, and Team Spirit may be able to capitalize. Nomi has to hit the deck and get some healing done, but he's already drawn the attention. Matic, though, cut across out in the open. Marso's there for 2, and Team Spirit swept aside. Nomi as well, caught in the crossfire. Team Spirit couldn't make it out. Zeus, the difference maker, onto the northern point. Hamsy's down, and RCB continue to take fire over the rest of this lobby. Black Esports trying to push their way on up as well, with all 4 of their players alive, and RCB have fights on multiple fronts. Whereas if they can get rid of IWNRX, Black Esports can turn their focus to singular aggression. An uphill surge against RCB may be all it takes to overwhelm them.
And RCB has been playing a really good game though. I mean, again, it all comes down to Wild with some very good backstabs, some really good crossfire, constantly aware of the surroundings, even finding shots over towards S2G now, John.
This is what you want to see from RCB. They are holding off every angle, every fight. They are finding these picks. But Black Esports yet to take the damage from it. On the east side of the circle, Lewis not going to be connected on by Azel, and then aid up high to Loxy. Zeus have made it into the foothills also, and they can start to crunch RCB. This is where this ridgeline starts to become a prison. Toshpik, nade up high, trying to push them back off these angles. They're grouped up, and RCB are feeling a little bit weak now. Starting to wane in the oversight over it. But can they take care of Black Esports? If they can get rid of this player, Ascension, from the sidelines, they're going to have a much better time, but Silas falls first, and Black Esports open the bidding. A second, and there's an answer. Lewis goes down. The next to fall, maybe Poser on the back line, but he's going to find some cover.
Some awesome shots again from Loxy. Quickly tagging. 2 bullets left in the mag, though. Not ideal. No nades. Clean this one up. It has been a long slog for RCB so far.
And they want more. Bring it on. RCB up to the challenge. Self-nade onto Zeus. That is appalling timing for them to find that knock. Sent their own way. And RCB now have a little bit of peace on the western side as the res needs to come through from Zeus. which means that Black Esports can be their primary focus for the next 10 seconds. They've got a little bit of time to work with. What will be born from it?
RCB kind of spotted one of the strongest spots in the circle, just not enough utility to work with so far. But I think everyone else is in a similar spot at the moment. And Black Esports likely to be pushed out, which is why they're consistently trying to get between this hard cover to get into nade range.
RCB exemplary hold, catching the backline. That is an excellent find from Wild. He 1v3'd it earlier. He's still doing some heavy lifting for RCB. Despite going down to 3, they're trimming down every team around them too. The center of the circle sits in between Zeus and RCB right now. S2G want to try and push in. In the meantime, they've got 8 eliminations.
Just Marso and Co remaining on this side. Watch attempts to find the last player from Zeus. Is able to do it. Black Esports Lewis finding Azel. They have worked this angle so well. And again, this all just comes down to the fact that RCB has got no util to work with. This fight would have been over a long time ago. Again, 2 shots from Loxy. Finds another. Beautiful stuff. Doesn't go down just yet. Lewis up on high. And Loxy cannot confirm the first aim. It's an awesome DBS shot round the side in the moment.
Cuts across him. Draws a red line across his throat with the auto shotty. Now Black Esports down to 1. They get the res onto Azel. S2G with 2. Trying to put some pressure on over the top. Marso and Swash versus Loxy. Wild. Azel. The pan over the top. Ooh! Oh, I thought that was the pan. Okay, no, it was the Molotov that came on through and the shots to shut it down. Goodness me, I'm getting ahead of myself. 13 eliminations for RCB. And they have the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, for RCB, they held such a strong position, but it's really the gun skill that has carried them to this point in the game. Really cool stuff from them. And S2G, I really don't think they've got too much of a hope here. Stun grenade to back them off to allow Wild to get up into position. Spots 1. So now they have targets on both, and this should be the demise of S2G.
One goes down, the next down the hill. RCB close it down. The north of the La Bendita crater, such a powerful position from them. They were able to stop everybody on the south side by sheer virtue of forcing everyone out to fight on the east sides. Nobody could move past it. Nobody could move into it. They had to go through it. But they found one hell of a grizzly bear on the other end of it. It's RCB to close it down from the north side of that crater. It's beautiful play from them. Excellent work of the terrain.
Yeah, I think the turning point there is the full squad wipe onto Heroic, because Team Spirit potentially could have had a similarly strong game if it was the fact that they were so preoccupied with Guild and then into Power, so they couldn't clear out S2G in the time where RCB was preoccupied with their own opponent in Heroic on the eastern side. So as soon as they clear out Heroic, they just have a ton of space. So much space. But even then, I think they have to be praised for that end game, because that took some sheer willpower to see it through to the end.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of credit to Team Spirit as well. It looked like they were a little bit more cohesive. They made some nice aggressive rotations when they needed to. They took positional places when they needed to. It was a very difficult run out, and I don't think that I can fault them too much for going down there where they found themselves based on how the circles all unfolded. But you're right, RCB, just so difficult to deal with. They were able to hold such an aggressive split because they were so confident in that position. And it worked out, given the dynamics of those circles. Just really, really nice stuff. Almost 3,000 damage.
Yeah, Team Spirit just didn't have the time. That's the problem. Because for RCB, they didn't necessarily have to deal with any of the players inside of La Bendita, whereas Team Spirit did. And again, yeah, I think Team Spirit could have had a similar game, but it's just RCB who's able to clear out their targets, because instead of having to fight Guild as well as Power, they could just chip in, and instead they look to just create space on their east side, in which case Wild honestly played a blinder. There was some crazy shots he was hitting over towards S2G, over towards Team Spirit, and at critical moments of the game. You know, when he hit that shot over towards Team Spirit, it completely crippled them. right? As soon as he gets that shot across, they can't push. They just can't push. And it was the worst time right at the edge of the blue. And they want to get rid of S2G in that moment. But it will be RCB with the 25-pointer, S2G underneath him with 15, and Black Esports on 10, and Team Spirit only getting 7 off the back of that one. But yeah, honestly, I do think that regardless of what happens, RCB deserve to win that game. And I think they would have won that game even if Team Spirit were able to clear out that Western side. They just looked so good.
Yeah, I think that you're absolutely on the money there. It's unfortunate for Guild as well, because they were caught up in the mix of it all. And on their second to last game, their only chance really to get towards the finals, that may be the final nail in the coffin. I mean, unless they pull out something that we've just never seen from them before in the final game, then it might just be goodbye to Guild at this stage in terms of those league ranking points. Loxy, over 1,000 damage, 5 eliminations and 2 grenades found. Again, a triple billing for Loxy on this page.
Yeah, very nice stuff for Loxy. He has been one hell of a teammate for RCB over the last couple of days, and it's nice to see them back into form, because I think that there is really good players on that team. It's not just Loxy, as we saw with Wild. They just need to get into the groove of it sometimes. I don't know what's going on their side, but it feels like something has clicked. Some of it has just been weird splits they've been taking at odd moments of the game. But either way, this looks a lot better from them.
Yeah, RCB have had a massive day today so far. They are just going from strength to strength, it seems. Get rid of Virtus Pro, all of a sudden, they're unleashed. They've got games where they don't need to fight against them, and it's working out incredibly well for RCB. They've got one more match today to see if they can extract the value from the lack of a Virtus Pro in this lobby. We'll see what they can do after the break.
My heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the only, trying to kickstart my...
Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain a rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or Vampiric Fiend form will generate a Blood Orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric Fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, Vampiric Fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
one more match to play today, and it's the final entry as we've been building up to it for 4 of our teams. Of course, it's Team Spirit, IWNRX, Power, and Guild, all looking to fight for their places on the tables. Right now, it looks like the door may be closed to the finals for Guild, but certainly the story is yet unwritten for our other 3 teams, and let's hope that they can unleash the beast in this upcoming match with Monster Energy. www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Make sure you're checking that all out on over there. Right. Let's take a forward look over towards the next Miramar blank, because RCB seemingly on a hot streak right now. They have had some really strong positional games. They've been willing to take these fights, and it's really great stuff to watch them.
Yeah, again, for RCB, they have just had fantastic game after fantastic game. And I'm kind of concerned where they went over in the middle of the week, but certainly they've been using that Infinix GT20 Pro featuring a dual chipset and AMOLED display to their advantage. With the 144 Hz, they could see everything in the map. Here at the PMSL 2024 EMEA, Infinix GT20 Pro is our official smartphone sponsor.
Ooh, love to see it. Go on, give us a smile, AXA. I know it's in you. It's nearly there.
Tired today.
I can see it bubbling through. Okay, no. He really must be tired. Goodness me. Na'Vi. They're up against it. Today, I mean, it feels like they've sort of been just middling today, right? And they've just been a little bit slower on pace in terms of what we've seen from them, even in week 2. And in general, we talk about them as one of our most consistent teams here in the lobby, but they have really started to drag their feet somewhat towards the latter half of week 3. They still do have a day to play after this. They will be playing tomorrow. But if RCB are going to maintain, it's going to be really difficult to get anything done. Let's take to the skies for the last time today, and for the last time for our 4 last day teams. IWNRX, Team Spirit, Power, and Guild Esports. Let's see what you got.
Great power comes great dreams, apparently.
What Spider-Man said.
Al-Hanji will be sleeping good tonight, apparently, because he does have insane power. But heading over towards Miramar now, from the northwest down towards the southeast. It's as perfect as it can get on the diagonal.
Oh yeah, look at that. That is a
I
full-on
like that.
one-to-one gradient. Oh
Yeah, I really like that.
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
You really don't see that too often.
Can't believe it. You could describe that with a very convincing. Well, I'm not
What are
gonna
you
get into
saying?
it. I was going to talk about like y equals mx plus c, but then technically m is -1 here because it's a negative gradient as you go across. So, you know, it's okay. Actually, though,
Yeah.
the coordinate
And
system. The coordinate system, though,
Yeah. With
goes
B equals
positive
-2.
in down direction, which means that technically, if you just flip the coordinate system, it's just m.
Yeah.
It's just 1. It's just 1. So there you go.
Yeah. And then with 5 being -n, you've got, it's so cool.
Are you making fun of me?
No?
Are you teasing? Are you?
What are you talking about? I'm doing maths.
Not any maths that I've ever heard of.
That's maybe too advanced for you.
Yeah, well, that's fair. Not southeast, southwest flank. We're going down to Minas del Sur, Valle de Mar, Minas del Valle, and Chumacera. Potential to go all the way down towards that edge. It's been a while, actually, since we've been in the Chumacera Hills. Normally, I don't like seeing it, but you know what? It's a welcome break from Los Leones.
Come on, this is a unenjoyable circle at the best of times for a lot of teams. Team Spirit heading over towards Chumacera. Again, last game of the day for them. Like to put up some more points here, potentially get ahead of IWNRX. I think that's the most important thing, right? If you get ahead of IWNRX, they're not going to move. So no matter how many places you go down, you'll still be +1 over IWNRX.
Guild and Footballers
Snaking it.
Chaos. Ooh, hot drop over in Puerto Paraíso right now. And of course, Guild likely need to take down Footballers Chaos if they want a chance at getting in to these the finals later on next week. So, I mean, I don't hate it here because it's kind of their only chance. So, might as well take it.
Yeah, may as well. Give it a good go.
Yeah, go on, Guild.
Have 'em.
Gives a good
Have
game.
them for breakfast. You've made a mistake, though, haven't you? You thought it was going to go down to Port-a-Paris, so
Oh,
you
dear.
were wrong.
They came here for a shootout.
You were so wrong about that.
It's just disappointing.
Proper Western.
Like General Custer.
But not meant to be, sadly. However,
Geronimo.
Guild will be pulling out the old rolling pins.
The old rolling pin.
Yeah. Try and go windmill mode on Football is Chaos.
That's my favourite of your blankisms.
What?
Going windmill mode.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very evocative, and I enjoy it as an image.
That was windmilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And swing the arms as fast as possible.
Yeah. What, like a crazed toddler?
Yeah, it's surefire win.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you can't get in the zone, so what are you going to do?
Yeah.
It's
You're
impossible.
held out.
It's undefeatable.
It is a strategy that I have employed recently.
Really?
Yeah. I was attacked by a brown bear.
Were you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
That's okay. The attack is maybe
How's
the wrong way to put it.
the bear?
Oh, he's not good.
The bear's not good?
Oh, and windmill mode.
Oh,
Don't know.
nobody told him
Yeah.
that.
No.
Oh, dear.
You can get close to me.
What
Apparently-
circumstance drew you close to a brown bear?
I was in the woods.
Oh, well, that's a classic place for a brown bear to be, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I was looking for supplies.
Ah, did you have like an open container of food? Perhaps. Okay. It just
No,
smelled
it was unprovoked. That's why I had to go windmill mode on him. It was just a bit
Oh.
mean, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Like, come on. It was a case, you know, I'd thrown some insults at him. I could understand it.
Yeah.
I'd done
being
nothing.
like, you're a short little bear.
Yeah. It was like, whoa.
It's like, whoa.
No, I didn't even say that.
What do you mean
I went-
short? Like we?
I-
It doesn't make
I
sense.
said that's a cool looking bear.
Yeah.
But that was when he was dashing at me. And I hadn't realized he was getting closer.
And then you engaged your power.
Yeah, and then I engaged him.
You went for the windmill jutsu.
Mm-hmm.
Hit him
What is the what's the saying?
There's many sayings. I don't know.
Bear poem. Safety.
Say what?
If it's brown, lay down. If it's black, fight back. If it's a white, good night.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So yeah, realistically, for the brown bear, probably shouldn't have fought him.
Yeah, but like
That
you
was
just
my
went-
bad.
You just went bat bat bat. Repeated windmill attacks,
Yeah.
and apparently it was super effective. So good job.
Mm-hmm.
Do not try that at home.
He was weak to my
Blank
Pokemon
is a
type.
professional bear windmiller.
That's correct.
Do not do that
Well,
without
I dropped
professional
the
supervision.
I dropped the safety poem, so technically I'm in the clear.
Oh yeah, no, legally that's true.
Hmm.
Yeah, no, for sure. 100%.
Safety poem, safety rhyme.
I told him safety rhyme, therefore I did not do no crime.
Yeah, exactly. Almost in stage 2. God
Whoa.
damn.
I wish I was in stage 2.
So, what?
Because we're in stage 1 right now. I was in stage 2.
Wow. I'm going to shift into stage 2 of windmill mode in a second.
What? Don't, dude. Are you like Monkey D. Luffy with these like gum fruits?
Yeah, that's when I start doing like the breakdance move, but I do
The-
windmill mode with my legs.
Oh damn, he flying.
I turn into a Beyblade and start spinning
Yeah.
really fast.
It's the Blankacopter.
I'm like, oh my god.
Everyone's like, whoa, he's so cool.
It's too powerful.
That sounds so sick. I'm
That's
actually
bad for
really jealous.
Kitsune though.
Mm.
Be bad.
He's been windmill
Please.
mode.
Please, Team Spirit. You got one game. You got one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow.
Like a windmill. Because as we all know, windmills definitely produce the wind, don't farm it. That's the truth of the matter.
Hamzy!
Whoa, Hamzy, what you doing?
Kitsune just looked at him really funny. He was like, why am I walking off the cliff?
Well, mind control? Mind control? Kitsune, surely that's not...
His illusion jutsu's too strong.
I didn't think there was a cliff there. Oh no! I tumble!
Just on the ground with his finger to his head.
Yeah.
Like an X-Man.
Oh, hitting him with the Xavier.
Yeah. But he's not gonna X-save him.
XO. Getting the shot. 2 down.
Ping, pong. Ding.
Bing, bong.
Yeah. It's got to be done. I feel like there should be better sound effects for the pan when you hit someone,
Big
personally.
West shift.
Yeah. Don't you agree, though? It should be like...
Yeah,
it should have like multiple sound effects.
I agree.
You should laugh when you're panned out.
When your character gets panned, you have to laugh. No.
You're like... Actually, it's kind of funny. I'll go again.
Sick one, bro.
No, you panned me.
Yeah, I've been panned. Oh no! It sounds like that. Like that.
Team Spirit down 3. On a circle like that, it's awkward, isn't it, really? Should not be the case, yet it is.
Top of the hill, brute force. Defending their encampment against Na'Vi on the north side. These Ladriera strip hills that sit on the west of this circle now will be prime real estate, and the one that brute force sits is very central down the middle of this zone, which means that brute force right now, the team to usurp position. Can I have contests, though, from across the way, from S2G on their southeast side? Even if Na'Vi aren't going to go down towards the flip. Turns the corner, there's a nade being pulled, and he drops it right on the right corner, but already repositioned away from Furia on the corner. As Frieza takes the shot, Lemon with the pump action doesn't connect. And there are still steps going on. Well timed on the peak. Furia can't land that spray. Not this time around. Flip can get the healing done. Brute Force are getting fought on 2 fronts. S2G putting the vice grip onto this position.
Damn, that's a lot of damage. One over his way. Nade through the top side. Chonky. And one over towards Prepod. Prepod realizes that he must take his chance here.
Oh, and Lemon with another.
That!
Up the stairs he goes. What a bounce on that. 3 players alive for RV, and they take the compound from brute force, but again, it will be under threat. You've got Zeus on the northwest side. You've got IWNRX as well on the northeast side. Both teams would very much like to have this compound, should the opportunity present itself.
Sutaga here as well. Looking to get on over.
Otherwise known as S2G.
Yeah, Sutaga.
Sutaga. Or Sutaga.
Sutaga. Sutaga.
Yeah, okay.
Sutaga.
I feel like Sutaga sounds like a Gundam of like a businessman.
Yeah, it's kind of complicated.
You know?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Oh, no, it's
shoot.
Sutaga. He's going to calculate my tax returns.
That's a good thing. It's like a superhero.
Not if you're doing tax fraud. Then it's bad. Well, technically doing tax fraud in the first place is bad.
That would make you a villain. Yeah.
Yeah, but...
In which case, he's, again, the hero in this instance.
Ah, there you go. So it's, you know, it's correct.
Yeah, Sutaga is a hero.
Getting all the admin tasks done.
Nice one, Sutaga.
I like the theme tune.
Yeah.
I'll have it. Bong.
You fix my spending limits.
Bong.
Oh, you can tell it's a good old Saturday.
It's a good old Saturday. That's right.
It's my birthday tomorrow, you know.
Is it?
In approximately 3 hours.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you. Getting old.
Yeah. Old man. Old man blank.
Yeah. That's right. He's windmilling up those years.
That's not good. I need to windmill back.
No, put it in reverse.
We have a Benjamin Button situation on our hands.
That's like stage 4 windmilling. Is when
Yeah, I've not
you're
quite
not
reached that
reversing.
yet.
reversing time. That's like when you transcend, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was me transcending.
Did you transcend just now? Whoa! Don't do it again, dude. Surely that's got a cooldown.
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah, well,
Kind of busted actually. OP.
yeah. Actually, nerf that, please.
Okay, Flippington, looking through the window. A little bit dirty though. Can't see too much.
Yeah, get the window cleaners out. The squeegees need. Salom needs to squeegee a couple of eliminations out of this engagement. Because he's got plenty of players running at him on Zeus and another one crawling up in the buggy. The high nades try to bounce on in, dribble it into the concrete.
Yeah, these nades aren't great, by the way.
No,
I think
So-
half of them got sent over the top.
it would seem. Third party. Difficult
Where from?
time. I think it's from Sutiga, the
No,
admin
it's-
robot.
It's Veebs.
Oh, it's Vibes. Interesting.
Yeah.
Down the hill.
It's a good show over towards Brute though. Nade incoming. It's a great nade. Two of them as well. I don't think he deserved that, but okay.
Big nade over towards Vibes Brute. As he's not going to be able to get too much chance at help. Although, to be fair, the fight inside the compound is going to draw their attention, right? So there's a potential to dash out for it right now, should they go for
Yeah.
a next circle about to pop as well. Salam breaks out. He's forced into the corner by that Molotov. And Maniac spots him on the cross, but he doesn't have his weapon out. It's not drawn, and they lose a player on the inside. Marcelo trying to light him up, but there's a cross, a 1-2 switcheroo, and Darkin
You see.
runs them through. Beautiful stuff for the hop-in, but 2 down for Zeus. They need these reses.
I enjoy that Yusuf was just so unhelpful that whole fight, and his only goal was that when the rest of his team died, was to run away. All right, guys, you got this right. No, Yusuf, we need your help. You don't have it. Okay, I'm out.
We would have had it if you... No, I'm pretty sure I'm actually can't hear you right now. I'm too far away.
I've gone. Stage
He's
4
out.
though. We're getting deep into it.
I wish I was back in
S2G
stage
holding
2.
some very good positioning. So does RCB. RCB's got a great spot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah, to go high pitch just for the importance.
No, they do have a great spot though. So that's pretty good for
Yeah.
them. Nigma Galaxy. Up into the wall. The player from Guild. Uh-oh. Last game for Guild. They've only got 2 points from it. This isn't nearly enough. GG, not GG. Go on. Oh, no. He's not doing it. Pinned.
Go on. Oh.
Oh, SnowX. What a rotter.
Received the left hook from Sutiga.
Goodbye, Guild. That's them done. We'll see them at PMGC, though. So
Maybe. I've heard rumors.
have you?
Yeah.
Oh. You said
I've
maybe.
heard- Yeah.
Guild isn't going to be the one. Just get it. Oh, okay.
I'm just pulling everyone's leg right now. I don't know how I did
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Sorry. I
I still haven't
apologize.
actually checked if that's been an official announcement or not. I've just
Yeah,
sort of
no.
gone with it.
I've kind of like just scared around the subject, but you
Yeah.
keep mentioning it, so
Yeah,
my idea is that if I don't mention it and it's wrong, then it's like all on you.
I'm bringing it up. It's time to mention it again.
Yeah, that's fair. What is
Hey,
it
remember
about
that-
Guild again?
Remember that one time where everyone was chasing for 100 elims and it happened like 4 matches in a row where they just all died really early?
Oh yeah, I remember
Oh
that.
yeah.
Yeah, never forget.
Don't let that distract you from the time that Ketch jumped off the side of a cliff and fell 30 feet to his death.
That's why there's an ambulance in the background though.
That's true.
It's coming for catch.
It's coming for Ketch, man.
Anyway, let's take a little stock on the circle. We'll do a little restock.
Beef or chicken?
Usually chicken, actually.
Chicken stock.
Because-
Very good.
Yeah, because although people will say that if you're cooking beef, you should use beef stock, you shouldn't. Chicken stock generally has more flavor, more umami to it.
Ooh,
That's a little cooking tip
mammy.
that I learnt from Sir Kenji Lopez.
Nice. I don't know who that is.
He's a famous chef.
Okay.
Very nice guy as well.
Oh. Not like that Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah.
I should ask him about stock. If I ever see him, I'll be like, excuse me.
I feel like Kenji Lopez would give you like a better...
Do you think?
You'd have a better conversation with him.
Yeah, I can see that.
I feel like Gordon Ramsay's more of a showman. Not that he's not a good chef.
But can he sing as well as Hugh Jackman? Because I feel like he's not the greatest showman in that case.
No, I never said he was. I just said he's more of a showman.
That's
These
fair.
days, at least.
Trovo 2030 trying to conclude the fight. So is Zeus, and at the moment seems to be fairly conclusive in favour of Zeus. We've got Aaron with the P90. TDM practiced, whittled down, honed to a sharp point. And there it is. Stabbed up through the stairway.
Dang. This kills the man.
Kills him dead.
Team Spirit is desperately trying to hold on. White knuckle grip down towards the southwest side. With Heroic holding them out quite cruelly, I would say.
Impolitely, really.
Yeah.
Not very courteous at all. Very much against decorum. IWNRX trying to get a little raucous too on the north side. They are mounting up some high ground positions and trading some shots with Black Esports across the way. Black Esports with a very difficult rotation here, Blank. They have to get across the road, across an open valley, and into enemy territory, all in one fell swoop. And I don't think that they're up to it.
Yeah. Team Spirit destroyed. And that's them out, so they'll end there. IWNRX will be ahead of them.
That's their league stage over. Power.
It is
They're
actually.
in for a fight.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't think of it like that.
Yeah, we're getting into it now. Guild have ended their league stage, so have Team Spirit now. It's up to IWNRX and Power, who are on our screens in the fight with Fireflux, to go a little bit longer, but they are still in their last match of the league stage. Ooh, Sard takes a nade from back, and Lux finds two. He got out Haji as well. Okay, that should be Power done and dusted. They're playing on us too, and Power and Fidan are all the way across still on the south side and taking a lot of damage from RCB. Look at that cone of fire. Concentrated. Purifying the lobby. Getting rid of Power.
Purifying? Power's not evil.
Well,
They don't need purifying.
it felt like a ray, you know, like a beam that was shining through Power. And that's sort of where I was going with that. I felt like
like transcendent blast.
Yeah. Well,
There
yeah,
you go.
absolutely. It was
Yeah.
a transcendent blast from RCB.
Yeah, in which case Power took true damage, but they weren't
Ignores
purified.
all armor.
Yeah. They
And
weren't
magic
purified.
resist.
Yeah. They were just blast away.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Disintegrated.
it's an undispellable magic effect, which means that it's like there's nothing you can really do about it. Which is unfortunate. Like, it's a really powerful ability.
This sounds like an ability that a kid on the playground made up.
Transcendent blast.
There's nothing you could do about it, actually.
It's like Exodia. It's like there's nothing you can do about it. It's like that's definitely a playground rule. It's like I have these cards, so I win.
That is technically how it works, though.
Yeah, I know,
Funnily,
right?
So,
Which is rubbish. Like, terrible game mechanic.
you do sacrifice 5 cards for it.
I mean, you
It's
run
generally
mill.
not- It's
you run
actually
mill.
generally not that good in competitive play.
No, it's pretty awful. There's a
Funnily
reason
enough.
it's not meta.
Yeah.
You have to just try and play mill decks and like immediately draw your entire deck in the first turn. Otherwise, you lose.
Ooh,
Anyway.
good shots from Narvalo. Wow.
Oh, he found Walsh, which is pretty devastating for Heroic. Uh-oh. You're in trouble. Volt trying to drop the smokes, trying to allow these reses to come on through as RCB continue to hold the high ground, and maybe another big game for them. They really do have a big opportunity here.
Yeah, they're doing fantastic. I mean, they're 40 points behind Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I feel like... Yeah.
I think you're pretty happy with the way things have gone today for RCB.
For sure. Virtus Pro were 207 points on the start today.
Oh,
Moving the car. Get out the way. We need to shoot. And we shoot to score.
right now.
Navi down. Okay. IWNRX did move into that compound that Navi took a long while ago.
Yeah. I just realised it's 9 p.m. We've had some long matches today.
I think we're about on track with what our regular daily schedule.
We're usually in post-show by this point.
Oh,
Yeah.
I believe you.
There's in some... I don't know. I don't think it was the rehost, because we've had rehost before. I think it's just been most of our games we've gone to zone 9.
Tell the
Cheers.
players to hurry it up. I want my tea.
I'm going to grab my caveman food after this.
Oh, yeah. Excellent.
Yeah. Just put like bread and vegetables
Open the
on
fridge.
the plate. Yeah.
Fistfuls, plate,
Pretty much.
activate.
No,
Heroic.
honestly, yes.
Into the scrap now with Enigma Galaxy around the east side. Both teams scrapping it. Back and forth. A confusing color palette between these two, but the nade's not going to confuse anyone but Kevin. As they send in Dizzy. Over the back line, and it's Spider Buggy up the side of the cliff to try and get into the fight. It's not going to work. He's straight back down to earth. As Snowix turns the corner, DBS lighting them up, forcing them into the fight, and there's another drop down as well. Enigma Galaxy on 2, hold out the entirety of Heroic.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Snowix sort of... Snowix has actually been playing incredibly well
He's
as
mega.
of recently. Yeah, he's strong. He's real strong. I've been very, very happy with Snowix's performance. Again, player that we've been following for a long time, haven't we?
Yes.
From when he was on... Was it Polar Stars? Is that their name?
Ooh.
I think
That doesn't ring a bell.
that's... I think it was Polar Stars.
I'm not sure. I mean, was he in the Game Lord lot? Like the
No.
original?
No,
The OGs?
no. Snowix.
Yeah, I'm pulling up his data as well. He was on Shockwave for a long time.
Yeah.
And SPG. Okay, yeah, he was in the SPG roster for a long time as well. So has been in and around the French scene for a while now. Now bringing the hurt to the lobby in EMEA. Silas from RCB as they, again, get a high ground position on a ridgeline in Miramar. It's going well, but Marceau does spot an opening. And slips a shot over to Silas. That should be Resable. As Fireflux and Black Esports are going to preoccupy themselves. Catches down, and they're going to want to find that res. S2G with IWNRX pushing in from that north edge. Opportunity here for RCB to get themselves back up to 4. They get that heal off as well. Fireflux now mounting up to try and roll over this hilltop, and you can see how close these ridgelines are to being peaked by IWNRX, by S2G as well. Across the way, there's a shutdown onto Lewis. And here comes the pressure. Nice shot through as well from S2G over to Swain. Fireflux trying to find this off angle. Ketch is not down. He can get this healing done. He'll do just that. A nade over, that looks pretty pretty. Kikali, the last to fall, and Scarface can keep moving forwards. IWNRX with the challenge. Enigma Galaxy tried to fight off against RCB, but it doesn't go well. They only find Silas. I think he may still be down from that original knock. No, it was actually a re-knock there that came on through, but they get rid of Enigma Galaxy. Black Esports have fallen. S2G, IWNRX, and Fireflux already occupied, and now they give them time for RCB to get back to their feet.
Yeah, Fireflux not quickly addressing the situation, more concerned with S2G as they heading over towards that northern side. IWNRX play their final game of the league stage, heading over towards the 5th place and 2 points. So not a bad result at all for them. And they do hunker down some more points, stow them away for the league ranking points at the end of this. Meantime, Zeus with a very heavy split over towards the western side. And we are in Zone 8. So we are close to the end of this one.
Much like Hercules, we can go the distance. On to stage 9 we trudge. The teams miserable now. 4 teams really not ideal. And pretty strong teams as well, very bolstered. Zeus on 3 is the lowest player count that you'll see. RCB. I feel like it has to be one of the RCB players today to get MVP. I don't think anyone else has been near as performant. A big nade to open it up onto Solus. Shots down towards Azel, finds one, and Zeus can try and third party this on the side swipe. Fireflux are taking heavy casualties, and meanwhile, S2G have taken a shot over to themselves as well. As the nades continue to fly uphill, Wild launches more of a salvo, gets the spray onto Lux, but there's more from uphill. Scarface tries to challenge, can't do it, can't stand it. And Azel's still down, but it's Fireflux withdrawn, and now RCB once more may be able to regroup.
RCB looking to stay alive in this one. Loxy underneath, but again, it's this high ground, which is going to be so tough to deal with from S2G. Almost 3 full-man squads in a stage 9 is very unexpected. But this circle and the terrain is the only thing that's currently allowing it.
It's so crumpled and folded. There's so many places to hide.
Like a origami mountain.
You're going to need Sutiga to unfold that sort of paperwork. But he's not available anymore.
Correct. Well, he is. He's at the top of the mountain.
That is so true. I completely forgot that it was S2G that we made that name off. Anyway, we are popping up a nade, a huge opening for Maniac around the side. A lot of damage sent to Hamzy, and this is RCB's chance to strike as well. There goes the high ground. Calci now trying to defend it, and Zeus trying to strike at the sidelines as well. RCB, they have 4 players alive, a lot of damage done to them, but S2G are coming apart at the seams. Silas rolls back around, and RCB, they may be on for another. They've got ground. S2G putting the pieces back together, though. The healing starting to come through. The zone crunching everyone.
Yeah, the fact that S2G gets back up to 4 players, somewhat miraculous. Same could be said to the nade that went through the vehicle as he came down the hill. I think that was just a very fortuitous timing on the pin pull.
Oh dear, Darkin did not want to slip down there. Azel has to step back. Hamzy may have the shots, not quite going to be able to, just about steps up, peeks over the top, and that is RCB drawn to a close. Sutiga sprayed down. Maniac 1 and 2. What a work he's done. What a wonder he's pulled over on this off angle. He has been beautiful for Zeus in these final moments. Azel is still here. Hang on a minute. RCB aren't down just yet, but they will be put to bed. It's Zeus to strike twice from the left-hand side, and they will be able to roll over this hilltop. What a way to close it down. Zeus taking the chicken dinner.
You're getting a second place, though. You got to be pleased with that one for RCB, considering S2G had such a phenomenal spot over towards the northern side, but they got absolutely folded by Zeus's nades as they attempted to traverse down the hill.
A little hop up into second place as well for RCB. I didn't realize he'd stayed alive. I thought they'd managed to get that shutdown. As you take a look at some of the highlights from that last match, it did get a little bit brutal. I mean, Guild didn't go very far at all, which is unfortunate. Despite EXO getting these 2 eliminations, that was really all they found this match. And with that, closed their league stage chapter. And that is really going to be unfortunate for them. Unlikely to be seeing them in those finals. But this drop down, this 2-player hold for Enigma Galaxy was really quite something.
I mean, those knocks there are more like the Narvala that I used to know. Very, very much a Gautier moment.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. Good shots from Maniac on the sidelines, though.
Yeah, I mean, he got that massive opener with the nade. It continued it with a double spray down like that. There's no fault in the guy in that final engagement. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Very, very well done. So 13 eliminations for Zeus, 2,500 damage. Really good game. And I think Zeus has come a long way since the start of this tournament, dude. Tell you that now.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the points earned on that match. Zeus with 23, Regnum Kaya Bra Esports with 13, S2G with 12, Fireflux, and so on and so forth, as I can read out the numbers all day. IWNRX not really getting as much value as their position would lead you to believe. It felt like they had a much stronger fight against Na'Vi, but they only got 2 elimination points for it. They didn't manage to get the whole cadre on board. Unfortunate.
It's because a lot of the points was actually spread out down towards the bottom of the table as well, with 3, 3, 2, 2, and 1. I think a lot of eliminations came through here and there and everywhere during this match. Let me just pop that away for the time being.
Going around.
There we go. It's
It's
peeking out just a little bit.
Oh, it's peeking out.
Don't look
pay
at him.
attention to it. Don't look.
Don't look at
Guys,
him.
Stop.
All
It's
right.
embarrassing.
He's shy.
There we go.
He's a shy Michael.
He's Michael, but he's shy. Here's the damage from that last match. Zeus, 2,500, almost 2.6k. Beautiful stuff coming through from them. Nobody really stepping close, so great stuff. Zeus, controlling, damaging, brutal.
Yeah, it's a very good game. 7-7-7. Very lucky. Today is the day that luck shall come to you, audience viewer. You will be receiving a lot of luck in the near future. I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
I'm like a mystic right now.
Are you?
Mm.
Okay.
I'm
That's fair
seeing the
enough.
numbers. I'm feeling the
You
numbers.
seeing the numbers? Well, Mr. Mystic, who are you thinking of for MVP then, after that last match?
Luxie.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Wild?
Yeah.
It could be Wild, potentially.
It's Luxie.
I mean, Wild had some pretty big moments there.
Yeah, it's probably Luxie. Yeah. Yeah,
That's a
probably
very
Luxie.
good point. That's a very good point. I mean, did you see Wild 1v3?
Ah, dude, the producer's got me in like a brain lock. I don't know how he's done it. Like,
You can't make any other noise. You're like a
yaring back
Minecraft
at each
villager.
other. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I was trying to figure it out. I was like, oh, damn, I've just been owned.
You've
It's,
been had, mate.
it's stun locked me.
Yeah.
It's quite good. Quite good actually.
You've been put on repeat. Look at you. It's a windmill. It's just going round and around.
He stage 2 windmill moded me. But yeah, we're waiting for our MVP. But for some of our squads, it is the end of their league before the finals, at least. I think out of all the squads that left today, it was only Guild that's not going to make it.
Yeah, I mean, Power were on 25.
No, MVP.
But we've got the MVP. Hang on a minute. Is it going to be Wild or Loxy? Let's have a look at the MVP page. And it's Loxy.
It's Luxie.
No, no
Yeah.
surprises there. A very strong showing from this guy today as our producer continues to stun lock blank in his ears. It's quite entertaining.
It's an obvious Loxy pick from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've been pretty on the ball with the MVP predictions
Have you?
so far. Yeah.
Have you been ball-based predictions?
I wouldn't describe it like that.
No, I would.
Personally,
No, definitely. I'm doubling down. That's definitely what I describe it as.
yeah,
I heard that as soon as it came out of my mouth. So there we go.
Mm.
Well,
Yeah. Well, in
anyway,
the
moving
meantime,
on. Loxy will get the MVP call
Yeah, the
match,
ball
right?
is in his hand.
Yeah, absolutely is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's going to be choosing a team to fight in the TDM warehouse match tomorrow. And last time we saw RCB take a TDM match, I believe it was I think it was the most dominant loss that we've seen. I think it was, who was it?
It was
Was
like
Team Spirit?
26. I think it was Team Spirit. Yeah.
I think it might have been.
I think they challenged them. And it was like, just slapped them.
Oh,
Slapped them away.
there we
Yeah.
go.
Please stop doing that, dude. Please
Do
stop
what?
doing it.
What,
Yeah.
moving your hands?
Yeah.
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 But yeah, so we're gonna wait for his MVP pick.
Yeah.
In the meantime, it's us on the screen. Let's take a look
That's
at the
right.
highlights from Mr. Loxy.
Oh, yeah. Look at these shots. He's got a gun and he's not afraid to use it.
You're getting too into it.
I'm ready. I'm Loxied in.
That was my favorite shot. Like the spray across the top, and then he just grazed his head,
yeah.
but it was enough. Wow!
Zeus.
Oh,
Oof. I mean, challenge him out. They stole that last circle from him. You got to bring it
that's
back.
true. That is
You
true.
know?
They were unhappy about it. They were not happy.
Retribution.
So RCB looking to take it to Zeus. We'll see what they can get done tomorrow. Let's take a look at the overalls before we finish out the show. It will be Virtus Pro still on top, but Regnum Kaya, look at that, 18 more matches to play, 173 points. What a result from them. 3 less chicken dinners. Yeah, a massive amount of points. And honestly, if you look at it this way, 118 elimination points for Virtus Pro, 117 for Regnum Kai. The only thing that is differentiating both these teams is just the placement points. It's quite intense.
It's a pretty big differential as well. Almost up to that 10-point average that we always prattle on about for RCB as well. 173, just 7 points short.
Wow.
Sorry, of 180. Guild, 12th place. Now, their run may be over here with 24 matches played and 95 points earned. But I feel like they may be able to escape last place this time around, Blank. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, actually. It's really close.
43 points.
Well, I mean, 7. Oh,
they're not going to get lost. Maybe last page is arguable. Last place, nah. Football is chaos. Dead last.
Yeah. I think they'll get 19th. I wonder.
You think Black Esports are going to get over them as well?
It's 31 points Black Esports needs.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
We'll see.
Let's take a look at our daily winners. RCB obviously featuring there twice and seeing what more they can do. S2G, and actually all very high elimination chicken dinners, all over 10. 11 and up is the boundary for today's chicken dinner victory tally, which is a lot of high scoring games across the board.
Yeah, I think for RCB, they could have almost got themselves a third chicken dinner if it was the case they won that final match. Even that game between them and Team Spirit and, was it Zeus? I think it was Zeus. Vibes. That could have also been another chicken dinner. But you could follow up and find all more about that on our social media. PUBG Mobile Europe official over at Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. My name is Blank. That over there is John Atron. The John.
No, that's a different guy.
That's
a different guy with a different YouTube channel who does different things than I do. But we are going to be sending it to the end as me and Blank. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the final day of league stages. Make sure you tune in for more PMSL EMEA. We'll see you guys tomorrow.